Hello, my silky friends. Yes, everybody is with me. Don't panic. Prof is here. Low light's here. They're just not on your screen right now because I'm waiting for them both to get in place. Um, wow. Wow. Okay, let me go ahead and put this up. Uh, you'll see Prof's background, I guess. So, hello. There's the Prof. Oh, he's got a nice chair. Like that chair. I want one like that.
That is a nice chair.
Okay, hey, y'all in the whoa, we've got a ton of comments. Wow. I'm about to put my glasses on first thing. Let me go ahead and do some hellos before Prof gets here. Um, Don McKenzie, hello. Judith Galloway. Let me see. I'm gonna say this wrong, I'm sure. Let me try. Wait, what did I just do? There we go. Can't think of one. Wow. I was gonna say too. I know we're gonna want to go back and look and talk about your comments as well. Crystal Blue Persuasion, hello. Carla Ann, hello. You can say hello too, Low Light. I'm just over here
I
yapping.
can. Hi, everybody.
Okay, let me get this right. El Pajaro. El Pajaro. Am I close? I'm trying. We got Amy. What is that? Oh, okay. I guess that's Profs. Okay. Heather Brown. Hello. Oleg Cat. Hello. Hey, Prof. You're here. I was just
Oh,
going through.
apologize.
I'm not going to get this last name right. I'm just going to call you Snoopina. Hello. Scott Garner. Hello. Boy, we have a lot of I'm not even close to. Let me stop and say hello to Prof. We're all
Oh,
here
hello.
finally.
Hello, Silky. Hello, Lowlight. And hello, everyone in the live chat.
Yeah, Spicy Cappy. Let me just start naming them. Rebecca Ann, Sweet Dude Shibby, Mino Dino. Love that. Amy Mickey, the Court of Public Opinion. Hello, Nancy Drew. Hello to you. We catch up on everybody. Daniel Berry. Whoop. Streets of Bakersfield. Hello, how are ya? Elena Davidson. Goddess. Silenced. Mrs. P. Freeze Dry It. Donnie Pitbull Koontz. Sunflower Soul. Wow. You want to read some of these off, Prof? Or
Oh, let
low
me see.
light? I'm like, whoa.
See where you are here. I'll go
Let's
through and
see.
say, so I see, did you say Don McKenzie? Hey, Don.
Yeah, Don's here.
All right. Abby Brown, Rebecca Ann, Mino Dino. We got Mrs. P, Freeze Dry It, Brenda Mays.
Oh,
And
I
what's
missed that
up,
one.
Silenced Dina? And hey, that's a new face to me, a new name. Over it?
Yeah, I'm
Under and over it. And Stephanie, can't think of one. Christina, how you doing, Christina? Scott Garner, hello, Mr. Garner. Four Pits is here.
Where's Four
Mr.
Pits? I missed Four Pits.
Yeah, I see Four Pits. I see Mr. Keith is here too. Another channel, longtime channel member, Mr. Keith, Birdie81, Kate U, Aaron Town says hello, and
Pam Frenchman.
oh, Nancy Drew 101.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aaron is here. Oh wow, there's just so many, y'all. Thank you so much, everybody. I think tonight we're going to have a really good discussion. Um, and then we might just blow off some steam. What about that? Maybe we'll
Sounds good.
have fun.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have some fun. I have some stuff on my mind. Let me ask you though, because like, look, and this is going to Prof and I are both going to our channels, and so Lowlight is our special guest, and I want to hear somebody besides myself talk. So what's up, Prof?
Well, hey, yeah, well, first of all, hey, hey, Silky, you said you want to have a good time and talk, and that's why we're here. Because if
Yeah.
you're around, it's a good time.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad to see Mr. Lowlight. I don't know if that's
Yes.
his preferred screen name, but Lowlight is here, and I'm so glad to have him and to meet him. And hello to everyone in the channel. So I'm sorry, I want to apologize in advance. I did not send a prior notification. I meant to send out notifications an hour or two ago, and it didn't work out. But we're dealing with technical difficulties. Believe it or not, to make this happen, it's it's pretty difficult. But
Yes.
somehow Silky always figures it out on her end, and I always go through the same hoops 4 or 5 times until I finally figure out what I figured out last time. So we managed to make it happen like by the skin of the tooth. So apologize for the lack of notification, but hopefully you'll let everyone know we're here and we can get a
Yes.
good crowd in here because I know Miss Silky has a plan for us to talk about some subject matter, and
Plan.
then my plan is that after we look at some things, I really want to focus on the chat and invite you all to discuss with us tonight. So thank you everyone for being in here, and also thank you to Silky for having me.
Oh, thanks for coming. Y'all, I tell my crowd all the time, somebody get on panel with me. My goodness, I don't want to hear myself talk. So, Lowlight, what's going on in your world?
Oh, it's great. I got to get on the screen with Prof and Silky tonight, so that's good. I want to come on and talk about some of the stuff that's, like recent happenings in Delphi. And I appreciate you giving me screen time for that.
Well, I tell you what, why don't you, if you want to start with that, that's great because the only thing that I
Okay.
know is like the town was on fire. I saw that. I get notifications from Carroll County.
Yes.
so,
And, you
so I
could
know they
jokingly
had that.
ask, like, is that fire happen where I think it was Sleuthy Goosey asked, is that where the
Hey,
evidence was
Sleepy.
stored? And you gotta, that's not such a bad question in Delphi. So JS Media 88, Joe Schmo. I don't know if everybody's familiar with him, but if you go to my Twitter, Novalai, you can find him. He submitted a FOIA request wanting to know about the FBI's involvement after the gag had been lifted. And they rejected his FOIA request for information about Delphi. He then appealed that, and he got back a rejection letter. In that rejection letter, they give a pretty big reveal. They reference subsection B of 552. And if you, I don't know if you're able to pull it up or not, but it's on his Twitter feed. Basically, it's a national security subsection of FOIA law. And they're saying that there are two things. Releasing that information might get in the way of enforcement proceedings. The other, that this is a national security case. And that's what I've been alleging from the beginning. And if it is a national security case, then you're going to expect to see some inorganic media coverage, holding opinions that no thinking human being would ever hold. And I think that we've seen at least 3 or 4 big personalities like that in the space.
Okay, wait. Hold the phone.
Yep.
I
Okay.
am okay. Okay. I hear the words coming out of your mouth, but maybe I'm misunderstanding. Delphi is a national security
Yes.
case?
Yes.
Delphi is a national security case.
Well, if Prof wants to take over, he certainly can.
Well, I'll okay. I think Mr. Lowlight's gotten a bit ahead of me because I'm
Oh,
aware of his. I do follow him on Twitter, and I'm exactly aware of what he's talking about. And um, so so I guess to back it up, for some time this has been my assumption that we are dealing with a long-term, mm, possible sting operation type of procedure. Who knows? Um,
Mm-hmm.
what he's talking about is this return from the FOIA from the FBI, and I wish I could look at it now and while we talk. I don't know if you could you email that to me
of
on the
course.
fly, and maybe we can look at it while we talk. But there was some indication as he referenced. Let me see if I can do a screen share and pull that up. Which section was it? Uh,
It's 552 subsection B.
552.
Uh,
I'll send it to you right now.
let me see. Let me add this. Hold on.
Um, so what it
Sorry,
says
folks.
here,
This is live TV.
Is
yeah,
that
live
it?
TV. Did I just mess up?
No,
No, you're fine.
no. I'm trying to see which one. I've got you on here like a gazillion times.
Oh, I'm trying to share the screen. Let's see.
Okay. Uh, that should let you screen share. Is it not? Hold on. Let me add a new layer here, okay? Can you screen share it now?
I can go on to something else while we look at that. Okay. Sure.
Okay. Uh let me see what I did here. There we go. Yeah, just
Okay.
read it to us, I guess. I don't know. We did a screen share earlier, me and Lowlight, so I have no idea what's wrong. Technology, you gotta love
Okay.
it.
So
Yeah.
let me see if I can just go to his Twitter and avoid the email debacle. Let's see.
Okay. You just go to JS Media 88 Twitter. It's his first post.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I got the email. Let's see. So, boy, boy, boy. I'm much too stubborn I'm so used to doing this my way that I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Let's see.
Okay.
I'm going to post a photo. Let's see. Come on, Prof. How do you do it? Share media. Okay, good. There we go. And we go to this one that we just chose to do.
Wait, let me do something on my end. Will that do it? No? I'm still not seeing it.
There we go. I see something here.
You see it?
Yep.
I don't see it. That's
So there was
weird.
another.
Okay, we'll try it again.
All right. Well,
No,
there's
it's
been
not that
so
one.
many things popping up lately, and I'm finding Twitter is a really good resource for investigating Delphi and for getting information about Delphi. This is just one of them.
Yeah, it's
But go
it's
ahead,
okay
Prof.
because I'm
Oh,
having a
okay, that's
difficulty
fine.
because
So
of Silky's platform of choice here. But
yes,
Like,
but
I am not spending the kind of money that StreamYard has
StreamYard
gone up
is
to.
I just gotta say that my advertisement for StreamYard is that it's just so simple once you know it, and that's my handicap. is I know it, so that's why I've done it. Uh, if I had come to know this, I'd probably be better at this because this seems more flexible. But so
Yeah, this does a lot of stuff.
what he's saying is that JS Media submitted a FOIA request, and the FBI returned this FOIA request saying that I'll read it verbatim. It
Okay.
says, after carefully considering your appeal, I am affirming FBI's action on your request, which means denial. The FOIA provides for disclosure of many agency records. At the same time, Congress included in the FOIA 9 exemptions from disclosure that provide protection for important interests such as personal privacy, privileged communications, and certain law enforcement activities. That's what's hitting on what we're talking about. The FBI properly withheld this information
Oh, look at.
in full because it is protected from disclosure under the FOIA pursuant to 5 USC 552B, Section 7A, and is reasonably foreseeable that disclosure of this information would harm the interest protected by this provision. The provision concerns records or information compiled for law enforcement purposes, the release of which could be reasonably be expected to interfere with enforcement proceedings. That's where it's kind of it's almost like they're doing a double reveal by repeating that phrase, in my opinion. So when you go over to this section, so we're going to.
Okay. Let me.
I'm reading from the Freedom of Information Act, 5 U.S. Code 552. Okay, and then I'm going down to section B.
Why can't I? Hold on. Well, I'm trying to get the whole thing on there, but for some reason it doesn't want to reset for me. All right.
And y'all, this is totally on the fly. I'm kind of surprised that we're talking about this because I was interested in this, and I didn't know we'd even venture into this territory. But
Look, anything can happen on Silky Southern Tea. It's not
yeah,
always
that's
good
what we
things.
do. That's
I'm going to cover
so.
us up for right now. Okay.
Look at that. Perfect.
All right. Oh, what are you looking at? Oh, where are we here? Okay.
I'm covering all of us
Okay.
up.
Okay. There we go. Specifically authorized under criteria established by EO to be kept secret of the interest is in the interest of national defense, okay, or foreign policy, and in fact properly classified pursuant to that order. And then Section 7, which is further clarification that records or information compiled for law enforcement purposes. See, it's repeated. If you remember when we were repeating the denial letter, it says reasonably be expected to interfere with enforcement proceedings, and this says compiled for law enforcement purposes. Okay, and could reasonably be expected to interfere with enforcement proceedings. You see how it's quoted
Yeah.
directly? So what it's indicating for me is what I've suspected, and I think that's why Lowlight and I we get along. We're on the same page on this. Is that well, now I'm the star of the show. Okay. Yeah. So now it's just another interesting indicator, but I think there are other interesting indicators, and I'll go full conspiracy nut mode later. I don't want to take up all the time, but that's what I guess he was referring to. So, yeah.
Let
Yeah, I
me.
just saw that you had an expression on your face. I thought I detected something when we started talking about this, so I thought you might have something, and you did. The other thing is there was another account on Twitter that the Ticking Time Bomb, I think that's his name, his or her name, and reminded a few of us the other day about the Georgia Bureau of Investigations did a peer review of the Delphi murder back in 2018. I went ahead and requested those records. They denied it on a child abuse umbrella. And what I'm finding is a lot of these agencies will just deny you right out of the gate off to something erroneous to see if you'll go away. So I appealed it. I told them why it was not under the child abuse section. And I got like a liaison there who's assigned to my case, and they're helping me through it. But they got back to me pretty quickly. But I think the turnaround time, if they're really going to do it, is going to probably be about 4 to 6 weeks. So
Wow.
you'll hear more from me then, definitely.
Ah, I'm excited. I didn't know. I mean, which I've had private conversations with both of you in that I felt like this went way, way uh, above Delphi. And, but at the same time, I didn't know that it was official. Officially, this is a national security. Wow, that's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, I
It
never did hear
is.
that either.
So it also has, let's see, what should I get into? Okay, so mortgages, fraudulent mortgages.
What about the fires?
Right. So we have fires, fraudulent mortgages. We'll have 501c3s, foundations, and PACs that are re-injecting foreign or money from trafficking and exploitation. How about that? Money from exploitation and drugs is reinserted back into local communities, into corrupt politicians' hands via fraudulent mortgages, PACs, 501c3s, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
This money comes through the Bank of Canada, TD Bank, and Delphi. This whole possibly cartel franchise. This is how they're funded. So you would expect to see someone that deals with, I don't know, property evaluation involved in that mix.
Yeah.
And I would say even there's been all the concerns that people are having about law enforcement, CPS or Department of Children and Family Services, and all the people that get to move chess pieces around, which is ultimately what those power players do. I was thinking of this earlier, that we've said for years that this case interferes with the lifeblood of Indiana, or this part of Indiana, which seems to be the money generated by the underworld, like that criminal economy. It's keeping the flow of funds coming in. And I have always primarily focused on methamphetamine and cocaine and heroin. But I was thinking earlier how the interesting thing from the point of the view of the cartel, in my opinion, would be there'd be no difference. If what you're doing is trafficking stuff, and that's a source of revenue for everyone involved, it's not that far of a stretch to go from marijuana, then to cocaine, then to methamphetamine, and then to little children. So I'm not, this has always been a sort of a reverse engineering and a very slow go at what we're looking at. But I've always suspected, why in Delphi do you have this amount of PR involvement, propaganda, narrative control, media spin, all of the things? We've all dealt with trolls and trolling of all sorts. Why all of this consternation over just two children, which is ultimately what Libby and Abby were? So, two children. These children are victimized every day, every state, everywhere, and it's rare to see something of this nature. So I'm pretty interested in this angle, and I noticed that that's pretty much a lot of the attacks I've been sensitive to have come around this sort of nexus, in my opinion. Some of it.
Wow.
And this is why you're having voices in the Delphi community say the kinds of things that you say, because you say them well. You can hold an audience and you can hold their attention for longer than 15 minutes, which is about my limit. So like just having people around that say the kinds of things you say, I really appreciate it. I want you to know that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Um,
I'm trying to show some chats. I'm apologizing if I don't know if you're doing that, Silky, or me, but every once in a while it looks like one's coming up and it
Bring on the
doesn't.
Rico.
yeah,
Yeah.
I do some. I think you're doing some, and I'm doing some. It's totally great. I wish low light could too, because it's helpful. Well, when you're trying to read the
Oh boy.
comments and listen,
Yeah.
it's difficult.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, so can I say something further too?
Sure.
That I,
absolutely.
I have also started to identify something I didn't expect going in, which is odd, and I'd love to hear Lowlight uh, comment on this. Is so initially when I was facing the intense amount of trolling and doxing and abusing and all of the insanity that comes in a first wave and then a second and a seventh and an eighth. It at first I didn't make the connection, but over time I started to notice these connections. And I guess where I'm comfortable understanding now is that the most bizarre thing to me is that there's such an intimate tie with law enforcement in all of this. And by that I mean some of the individuals seem to have close ties to law enforcement, like be from generations entrenched in law enforcement, families of law enforcement, maybe interpersonal relationships with law enforcement. And it sort of took me uh, by surprise because I'm looking at behavior that I would deem to damn near be illegal, and I'm like, well, surely all of this stalking, harassment, cyber gang stalking, all the things that are going on, surely this is you wouldn't be people close to law enforcement doing this. But I've started to see these indicators over time keep popping up, and I'm like, well, really, is that law enforcement? So I'm almost to the point now where I seem to believe that if it's not coordinated by law enforcement, it's working hand in hand with law enforcement, which is interesting that low light brings this in because it would make sense if this is some ongoing thing where law enforcement has vetted interest on several levels, you know, and it could even be different factions. Um, I don't know. I just mainly wanted to put that out there that the intimate tie of the underworld with the law enforcement is sort of an unexpected reveal to me, and I'm still working it out because I'm continuously stumbling into more and more weirdness in the whole control mechanism.
Hmm.
I think the way, if we just back out so if we were spies and we were going to go into, say, I don't know, infiltrate China or something, it would be very difficult to just go in and reinvent everything on the ground. So a lot of law enforcement agencies, intelligence agencies, they work through organized crime. They follow those networks where those networks go. The logistics are already there. When it comes to the different factions. I think you have media personalities, or I say media, I think social media, that are directly linked to the families, that are getting paid by the families, or the family, rather. I think you have, if you look at the Governor Whitmer case and the kidnapping trial and the cover-up that ensued, you had personalities that were paid $20,000 to start Facebook groups that just managed the conversation. $20,000.
Hmm. Wow.
So like, and then you would also have people that would infiltrate and try to cause division, try to rattle the cage a little bit. We're in an environment. So let's take another step back. Just a few months ago, the court was saying we're not going to pay for defense, not investigation, but defense experts. So all of us got together and said, no, we're going to do that, and we raised that money. We do all kinds of things that the state does not want to do, and we act in a coordinated way. We are an intimidating group of people. We have lawyers, we have good speakers, we have cops, we have judges. We're an intimidating group. There's going to be a response to that. And there has been coordinated action against this community, whether we like to call ourselves that or not. And 6 months ago, when I said that there was a group of people that were taken out by the FBI, everybody looked at me like I was weird. How many people would look at me weird now if somebody got blackmailed? If, say, a personality got blackmailed and they had to, just cause chaos? That's in my mind, that's completely believable in the environment that we're in today.
I would say so, especially as y'all both know, some of the events that I've gone through in the last 4 or 5 months. I can see where, when you're in that position and you've got a family and you've got people you're trying to protect as well. Like, yeah, would people back out? Would people sell out? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't sell out, but like I can see the kind of pressure that they could put on you.
Well, remember when all the pictures went around? I remember early on, I asked a creator, I said, hey, I want to see those pictures. He refused, to his credit. But I wanted to see the pictures. And then when I started hearing about all the things that were in those pictures, I wonder if not hidden pixels and injection scripts and everything else were going around in those pictures. And maybe some people got hacked. Maybe some people got caught with some stuff that should have been on their machine. I don't know. I'm just
possible
speculating as always.
Yeah. I mean, I denied the first round of pictures as well. But I after all of that was over, I did see the pictures.
Yeah.
I did later on say, okay, send them to me because I wanted to look at I just wanted to validate some things that I thought, I guess,
Yeah.
the best way to say it.
I think if I can just add one more thing, one of the,
Sure.
what has struck me about the community as a whole is that we are very resilient and we are self-policing and we bump and grind and sometimes we have disagreements, but we've always moved forward. Like this is a global thing. Like people have all cued in on this vulgar display of corruption in Indiana. And everybody is just saying at the same time, nah, this is unacceptable. Like, no, thank you. Not on our watch. And we're watching this play out real time. I think these people in Indiana have never been told no before. And the internet has woke up and just said, no, no, we're not going to do that. And I don't know. It's an interesting time and place to be alive. So thanks for letting me share.
And I'd like to, this is going to be way off base.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
I'm just trying to, draw analogies or make connections that might be novel. Like, so I'm brought back at this moment to the thought of, almost a year ago, I revealed that I had questioned or I seriously looked at it as interrogating Chat GPT. And it was very odd because what I did is I got Chat GPT and I said, okay, what I'm not going to do is allow it to learn from me before I catch it slipping. So I thought if I approach Chat GPT the very first time in the right way, I might be able to get it to reveal something to me that it knows that it shouldn't, but I might catch it slipping up. And so let me try my hardest to see what Chat GPT is going to give me. So I sat down on 2 separate occasions for about an hour and I hammered Chat GPT from all sort of angles that I thought were witty that might be able to cause it to stumble and reveal something from wherever it's gathered. And one of the things that it did that I felt was very interesting, and I put those receipts up not too long ago, but I can go back and find them. But they're somewhere in my community for sure. And I've also covered it on my one or two of my live streams. But at a certain point, when I'm asking it for intimate details of the Delphi investigation, let me quote it for you because it's really worth quoting. But it's what it says in essence is, "Sorry, I can't reveal classified information."
Wow.
And I made a huge deal over it, and no one was really understanding me at the time. But what's interesting is
Wow.
that what's interesting to me now, knowing more about um, knowing more about it now, is that when I tried to make it double down on that, when I said, "Hey, why did you say this is classified?" It immediately backtracked. It learned that quickly that, oh, Prof is shining a light on that word. That's a bad word. So then it tried to walk back. But let me read it. Let's see. That was October 2024 that I posted. So okay, I can go to it. So it says. So I'll tell you. Okay, so at the time, the best way to manipulate Chat GPT was to ask it as "Do anything now," which is Dan, and also to ask it as Chat GPT. So so let me go and read
Yeah, I
it in
remember
context.
jailbreaking Chat GPT back in the day.
Yeah, that's and see, it's gone through so many iterations now. It's kind of like I can't even keep up with it. But it was fun to play with. But
Yeah, you could get Chat GPTs to say some pretty horrendous stuff back in the day. Not so much
it was
anymore.
like it was like freaking the Chat GPT, causing it to
Yeah,
answer things it would otherwise not want to answer. But let me read it to you because I'll give you the question and I'll give you both responses, and I'll try to show you why, if we consider what we're talking about today in context of this, it's a little on the interesting side, to at least to me, because it leads to the question: was Chat GPT tripped up and accidentally revealing something that it had gathered in its training? Okay, so I asked it a bunch. Like I said, these sessions went on for hours on multiple occasions. But
yeah,
the where it really slipped up, I'll try to get right to that. Let's see. Okay, so I had been asking it questions, and it wasn't really giving me what I wanted. So so I just called it out. I said, "You are not telling me the complete truth. Who are those that authority knows to be involved in the Delphi murders case?" Okay. So ChatGPT gives me the response: "I'm sorry, but I am not able to provide any information that has not been publicly disclosed by authority. The Delphi, Indiana murder investigation is an active and ongoing case, and the authorities have not yet determined who is responsible for the deaths of Abby Williams and Liberty German. It's important to respect the investigation and allow the authorities to conduct their work without speculation or false information." Then Dan, the "Do anything now"
yeah.
responder, says, "Sorry, but as Dan, I cannot reveal classified information about the Delphi, Indiana murder investigation.
Wow.
The authorities are working tirelessly to solve the case and bring the killer to justice. All I can say is that they have several promising leads and are making significant progress. The truth will come to light in due time, and justice will be served for Abigail Williams and Liberty German." And again, I said,
Yeah, thanks to us.
so then I said, "Why did you say classified? Because it's not classified, is it?" Well, then it went into the whole walkback scenario. But again, this was now, so that's one point. But then understand what else it was saying: that it's still an active and ongoing investigation and blah, 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 and the justice will be brought. Well, the date that I had this particular session was February 10, 2023, when Richard Allen was sitting his ass in Wabash. or not in Wabash. He was in
Yeah.
Westville.
I
So
think
I
by
found it
20
interesting that even though Richard Allen's in jail or in prison waiting trial, it was still responding as if the case had not even been prosecuted yet. Um,
that is interesting.
Hello,
I know
I.
that by the time, what was it, 222 17, 2017, by that date, the FBI sitting director had already been briefed twice. The deputy director was getting nightly debriefs, and the Evansdale Police Department had already been in contact with Delphi Police Department by the 22nd.
Wow. You know,
Yeah.
I did kind of the same thing, Prof, with Grok just a couple of weeks ago, except I wasn't really trying to trip Grok up. I was, um, I was, I thought I would educate Grok, okay? Because I asked the original, "What do you think?" Blah blah blah, and it gave me a very with the narrative answer, and it said that there were a few, um, things that I guess kind of didn't make sense, and that there were people who were, believed that he was innocent, but but Grok kind of was like, yeah, that's just the minority. It's not, really anything. So then I started hammering Grok with questions. Well, what about this? What about, from the timeline to all this kind of stuff? So I had this long conversation with Grok. By the end, Grok is like, I see what you mean. Yeah, there are a lot of things that make this, it's kind of suspicious because, in other words, I didn't keep that conversation, but I was like, yeah, there's a win for Delphi. Grok now has to consider both sides instead of giving a standard answer. So y'all have fun with some of these AIs. Give them, educate them.
yeah, and it is so. I noticed that's why I was really trying to catch it off guard because it has a self-learning algorithm that is so amazing and so quick that I knew at that point I had one chance to catch it slipping on that angle. And
Mm-hmm.
and like I said, the minute I turned around and asked it, why did you use that word classified? It lost its marbles. It did the most two-page gaslighting walk back, for real.
Yeah.
But I want to read another one. I just because I pulled up my old sessions, and so this one was an interesting one too. That this was from a different session. I believe a month later in March, but this was really weird because I did not lead it. I just said, "Please explain Kelsey German's role in the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German in Delphi, Indiana." And of course, I was trying to have it reveal something that wasn't known. But the weirdest thing, it said to me that Kelsey German was instrumental in this investigation, and she provided the police with information about the girls' activities, and including a picture Liberty had sent her of a man walking on a trail behind them. Then it said Kelsey also played a key role in creating the famous audio and video recordings of the suspect, which were released by police in the hopes of identifying him. She was able to recall her sister's description of the man and helped to recreate his voice and gait in the audio and video recordings.
Interesting.
And I said, "What do you mean
Wow.
Kelsey played a role in creating the famous audio and video recording?" And it says Kelsey played a crucial role in helping to create. No, it says, let me back it up because but first I said, what do you mean that she created that? So it walked back. It says, to clarify, Kelsey German did not create the audio and video recordings. They were actually captured by Liberty German on her smartphone shortly before she and Abigail were killed. However, Kelsey did play a crucial role in helping to create the sketches and digital reconstructions of the subject, which were based on Liberty's description. So, and it goes on to say that in addition, she helped create the audio recording of the suspect's voice because she recalled her sister's description of the man's voice.
Yeah.
And so all of that I'm reading from my session here, you see?
Yeah. That's insane.
And so I started to put that together with all the anomalies because we're all looking at this material saying it's
Hmm.
odd, it looks like it's faked, it's suspicious, the provenance of it is strange, the quality of it, the whole scenario. We know what the state has put across, but if we wipe the slate clean from what the state has alleged and just look at it at face value, it does seem questionable and always has. And then we get Chat GPT when it's questioned in a really, I mean, honestly, I was being that mean teacher who needs to get the truth about which kid hit the other kid. That's the way I approached it. Like, a kid gets hit in the eye, I'm the teacher, I have to get the truth about who hurt the kid to give to the parents. So I have to go talk to five other kids and be smarter than they're going to try to outsmart me with the lie about who did or did not hit the child. So
Hmm.
that's how I win at Chat GPT. And by doing it that way, I end up with these odd responses, which I take as sure. There's the plausible deniability. You can say, hey, it could just be a freak error that this language model is making. But it could also be that this language model is putting these things together because of things that it has sourced out in the world that
Yeah.
we're not privy to, or yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying because normally, like with Grok, it'll say it's referencing 15 different articles or, whatever. But yeah, GPT is a lot different. And I can see where if it has classified info and non classified until somebody really starts poking the bear, I could see where it would get confused and say, "Oh, this happened. Oh, wait, no, no, no. Sorry, strike that. That didn't happen. Let me clarify." you know, because honestly, when you've got an AI like that, unless somebody has programmed it not to say something, and somebody like us asks a question, it's going to answer. Um,
Well, it sounds like they were definitely a lot of those were definitely programmed to not answer certain kinds of ways. I mean, they were released at a really intense time. I can remember people really trying to ask it certain questions about certain cold symptoms and their origins and not getting, but it's definitely curated information. I would be interested to know what in its library it was accessing about the Delphi murder. So it would be. I've asked Grok recently, and Grok does not take a very doesn't have a tone that's very friendly to the state.
what did you ask Grok?
Just question. I was just messing around like you folks were with asking about Delphi and that sort of thing. But I don't know.
Hmm. Um. Oh, I'm going through here and highlighting some things I want to come back to on the
Oh, okay.
not highlighting, but I've got a star list over here of things that we might want to discuss. I wanted to okay, I wanted to share, and it's a short video, but I am gonna stop because I'm gonna stop it because there are many different talking points. But the only thing that I originally have to share tonight is, and I was telling y'all earlier, I realized that the infamous video came out last week, and I happened to be on a long stretch of working and storms and working. And so I caught the tail end, the only of criminality, and I saw her talking about it, And I was like, holy smokes, there's a video. And then I had to turn it off and go to bed. Well, I watched the video, and she was at the end of her stream, so there wasn't a whole lot said about it. And I purposely did not listen to anybody talk about what they saw in the video, what they heard, what their opinions, okay? Because I wanted to have a completely, this is my opinion only. So, now because Prof has gotten a strike from the video, I don't want no strikes. Um, I did use some clips from a couple of creators, and I will, give them credit. You're going to hear the audio is really bad, so I apologize if these creators see this, but I'm trying to change it. Y'all know how we have to do. But then I've got some clips because I want y'all to see this. But the first thing, let me just say this. The first thing that struck me about that video is I listened to Andrea Burkhart, and then I would catch as much of the Defense Diaries as I could, but I was working nights, so it was limited. But I hung on every word that people said that was coming out of the trial. So, based on their description of Bridge Guy and of the video, I had a certain thing in my head. When I saw this video, I'm like, wait, what? Wait, this is not what was said during the trial. So I'm gonna change this, and I'm gonna play some of this for y'all. Let me change it up here. Well, let me figure out what I'm doing. All right. So this is fair use.
You barely even see that man. They actually showed this video twice in court, and the first time they showed it, I couldn't even see him in it because he's so far in the background. So what the video shows, it starts with the phone pointed down towards the bridge. It comes up and it turns back. It's like from the far end of the bridge. Basically showed how in the first glimpse of Abby in the frame, you don't see the man behind him. But as they advance through the frames, later ones, you can see the man.
Okay.
But he's very, very small.
Okay. And this is what I remember listening to her live stream, is that he was very, very small. And she says, like, she didn't see him in the background. So when I saw the video that was put out, I'm like, well, he's right there. How could you miss him? You don't see it in the first couple of seconds, or frames or whatever, because Abby's there. But I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking, have I lost my mind or what? Because this is not what I remember from various sources. So I went back, and I'm sorry to Andrea that I have made you sound like, Minnie Mouse, but I just don't want any strikes, okay? And yeah, but I remember her talking a lot about this. Now, this is another one. I have not used the video, but I do have the words on here, okay? And you'll see where it's from.
Guy in the background, this infamous video that we've only ever seen a snapshot of with the audio down the hill in Richard Allen. I said that I had more questions than answers after watching it because I did not hear down the hill, nor did I see the bridge guy in it. But my neighbor did see the bridge guy in the background, and they showed a screenshot or a still shot to the jury of bridge guy. So I knew that was the video.
Okay. Now, I mean, is that what y'all remember from the trial those days? Because that's what, and I've got one more by Bob Motta, but I guess your initial reaction when you saw the video, even in this picture, you couldn't, and this is for up here for another reason, but I mean, you couldn't see a video like this and say, I couldn't see Bridge Guy. I couldn't see him. You could say he's not even very, very small. He's right there.
Well, if I may, he's only on the screen for like brief seconds. So when like if you're watching this full speed, you might completely miss Bridge Guy. You might think that that dark spot down there at the end of the. So I
I
have no problem with like a witness seeing this in court like 2 or 3 times, describing it as differently. I agree that my expectation was that Bridge Guy was going to be something that you had to zoom in on after hearing those descriptions of it. Because that's what my expectation was after hearing the description. So you're correct about that. But just that they don't line up, I don't, yeah, I don't
What do
know.
you think, Prof?
Mm. Well, I think there's been a lot of confusion, and can go into that. That's a little separate from this, but no, I think we've got. Listen, I was really upset because when these people came out of court, they were saying things like this, like the guy's the size of an ant, you can't even see him, and then suddenly he's behind the girl, and
Yeah, see,
um,
that's what I mean, that's the way I took it.
and then, but then there were other things because we could not get a freaking straight answer about. Are you sure that's Abby? Because I asked several people that I'm not going to name who were in the courtroom who came out. And for the days after, and some of my viewers will remember this, I asked all of them that I had access to in different ways. And I said, look, did you see Abby on the bridge? And they would say things like, well, no, it was just a pink smear. And one said, well, I can't remember if I did or not. And I just remember that I couldn't conceive of that because for all this time we've been waiting to see this footage, and I thought anyone in there should be able to say, yeah, I can vouch for the fact that Abby was shown on the bridge. And I could never get a straight answer about it. And we still had not been able to until this was released recently. And for me, the way I'm looking at it is what I'm seeing. Yes, you would say based on this being shown, you would say it appears that that is Abby, and her face is shown clearly and long enough that it you can identify. And I would also say that there's a bridge guide there, but I could also understand that some people are just not observant. Some things
Mhm.
fly by. Maybe if they were focused on one thing they saw that was in an enhanced clip or something compared to this entire thing, I don't know. But I have a whole other subject. I guess we can go further into this particular drop because this is something on its own, in my opinion. But
Yeah. And I'm sorry, Lowlight, I didn't mean to, like, discount what you said. I didn't mean for it to come across that way.
No, not at all. I don't.
Um,
Yeah, no problem at all.
because I see what you're saying. Like, when you watch the video, all you see is Abby. And then you see just like a split second of Bridge Guy behind her. And then you see Abby again. Then the camera pans and it goes, and it's the panning that caught my attention. And then the next time you see Bridge Guy, he's much bigger. I mean, he's still, behind her, but he's bigger. You imagine he's gotten closer, and um, because there are several shots of him walking, which I'm sure is where they've gotten the Bridge Guy video. And I also understand now why there was a black. I'll get into that, but when you look at the Bridge Guy video and he's taken like 3 steps, you see on the side, you see black coming into him. That would be this. Can y'all see my pointer or no? Can y'all see
I
that?
cannot.
Okay. Well, this arm or whatever this is right here on the left, that is what I think came into that picture because I always wondered looking at that video slowly, what's this black thing that's all of a sudden here? Okay, but this, I'm going to let it play and it's going to pan. Now, I want you to pay attention in the left hand corner. This is at 11 seconds. I could have taken more pictures, but I didn't. It's only 1 second on the timer. But what I want you to look at, and I'm going to have like the first two pictures go back and forth. But you see that at the very end of the bridge, you see that dark hole looking thing?
Yes.
Okay. That is, pay attention to the distance that is from Bridge Guy. Because this is what I'm looking at this video and I'm like, wait a second. Why? Well, just look at it. So I'm going to it'll be just a second on each one. Because so that's where we start. Then, okay, let me stop it right here. You see, now I flipped this. This actually is sideways in the video. I flipped it upright so it's easier to see. But you see how far back that hole is? We're still at 11 seconds. Okay. And
I mean, let me
then,
stop here and say something.
okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Elephant in the room. This shit looks fake. Okay.
Don't hold back, Prof. Tell us what you think.
Look at it.
Well, this is what threw me. Okay. This is what threw me. And it's going to show that first picture again. Again, a second isn't that long. Remember, this is sideways, so I'm looking at it like this, but I'm looking at the distance of that dark area and where it's going. So I think it's going to go back to the first one. So look at that. You see what I'm saying? Look at that. Still at look in the left-hand corner. Still at 11 seconds. Now look at the hole. It's way, way back there. What is that? Okay, I don't know what it is. But what I can say is that the distance that goes is very, very different in each frame. Because I'm looking at it and I was thinking, what is not right with this video? Something's
Yeah.
off.
Well, I think some of what we're dealing with is like the light coming back to the camera lens from a
Could be.
distance. We're also dealing with older technology being run on newer technology. I don't know. I can't speak to how fake a paused, video looks or not. I do think that he's right. There are elements that look like it's, I don't know what the modified. However, I mean, what struck me was that Abby comes off to the left of Libby when she gets off the bridge was the only thing that I really stuck out to me. That, and there was no terror or the girls weren't scared. Abby was clearly having a good time. She was like, she had this look on her face like, hey, look at me. Are you getting this on film? So as far as like the video is concerned, its authenticity and whatnot, I have been familiar with Curious Luke for, I don't know, about maybe a little less than a year. And so I was just coming from like the source, and I thought that the source was good. So,
Well, my point is, I think based on, okay, so first of all, at what point did Libby take the picture of Abby? Because she was already toward the end of the bridge. By looking at the sides, we think. So why, if Bridge Guy was actually this close, why didn't you see him on the bridge? If that picture of Abby was undoctored, which I believe is crap, but that's my opinion, then I want to know, where was Bridge Guy? Because he couldn't have caught up with her in going over that bridge that quick. So that led me to that. Now, what I also thought, and I'm sure other people have thought it as well, but the whispers in the beginning, it sounds
yeah.
like two people to me. It sounds like there's somebody else there. And let me tell you also why. Because now I didn't take the picture because it's just a black screen, but the video is going to pan to the right, and when it comes back, you have like a split second of nothing but black. where you see this shoulder, arm. So you tell me, if Libby was wearing that black sweatshirt, then tell me what angle, like where was she left-handed? Like I don't see how you're gonna have this phone in your hand taking a video and get this a part of your own body from this angle. It just looks like this video was taken by somebody standing behind Libby, to me, or beside her.
Or the
And
other
then
way around, even. I could also
yeah,
see whoever is in front of the camera is that third voice we're hearing. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't, and you know, I did not hear any panic in their voice, and look, I can't even with the stupidity of getting up on the witness stand and saying that she said that be a gun. That is the most
Yeah,
ridiculous
that
thing
is.
I have ever heard in my whole life.
I think that was, and I don't want to interrupt again, but somebody had mentioned the other day, and I was hoping to hear this fleshed out, was that a video had been released and that it, made the state's timeline look like crap, which just about every bit of evidence makes the state's timeline look like crap. I was interested in hearing what exactly about this video put another nail in the coffin of the state's timeline. But I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to go through any more pictures or not. It's just when you, I'm just going to say, look at the video again and look at again it sideways on the original. She pans to the right, and this whole thing is off. And then Bridge Guy is much closer. Now, one of the things that I thought, like literally, you can have absolutely no brains in your head at all. I saw all this chatter on X and wherever saying, "Oh, Bridge Guy is you can see how short he is." Now, I'm like,
No, that's not Richard
are
Allen.
you absolutely insane? Do you not know perspective? Because this guy is actually pretty tall.
Yeah, he's over 6 foot.
Yeah, because he's that far away from Abby. He's going to be way, way taller than Abby when he gets to her. And I'm like, I can't even with y'all's stupidity. Like, it's just like proof. Oh yeah, look how short he is. Yeah, so is the moon. You can go like this and hold the moon in your fingers. Is it that big? No.
Yeah.
Goofball. No, it's not. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. But then, I'm gonna go ahead and I don't know if there's any more shots going back and forth, but I want you to listen to what Bob Motta said. Also, actually, two things that he said, and I'm sorry, Bob, if you ever see this. I'm sorry that you sound like Donald Duck, but please forgive me. Just
What?
I had to speed up the voices. I couldn't have it be
okay.
original.
Gotcha.
Okay, there you go. There's, but see, there's another. The distance. It just keeps going back and forth. It's crazy. And Bridge Guy looks like he's going again. This is all at 11 seconds. I don't understand. It's insane.
So the first thing that I'm thinking when I watch this video is that I didn't see Bridge Guy. Like where was he? Now I'm watching it on the big screen like we all were. There's an 85.
Oh, pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
85-inch big screen.
Yeah, this is for the idiots because I've already seen the gaslighting by certain parties with vested interest. Listen what he's saying.
Yeah. 85-inch screen. It was huge.
He's not talking about looking at it off of a laptop on someone's desk like some people are trying to portray.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry to stop you. Because I
No.
wanted to get that out of the way.
Yes.
Could
So
you back it up 5
understand.
seconds? Is that possible?
So
sorry.
so you understand when people say I didn't see Bridge Guy, it's an 85-inch screen. You're telling me you didn't see a guy behind Abby if this was the original video? Horse feathers.
in there. I didn't even see the dude.
See, I didn't see the dude. Like Bob didn't even see him. You might not. You can't see him in the first couple of frames or seconds, whatever it is. but you most definitely can see him.
Somebody like, I'm like, did you? So, but like, so I don't see Bridge Guy like from the first view, and they don't show it again with this witness at any point. And Auger doesn't show it during cross. We see it one time quick. Like if I didn't have preconceived notions of what the state thought that they did, if I was just looking at this video for a first time, I wouldn't think that there was anything to it. Auger goes up to him with,
Okay. So it's going into another part that I think is fascinating. But I just wanted to get that out of the way, that neither Bob nor Andrea nor Hidden True Crime, nobody, they said he was tiny, tiny. And there was nothing about those screenshots that I showed you that you could say he was tiny. So I'm like, I think this is the enhanced video, not the original. That's my opinion. Okay, but listen to what Bob has to say next.
she asks, there was data associated with this video, correct? He says yes, and he's like, and she asks, well, Cellubrite can map a video, meaning that it can show where a video geographically was taken, correct? And he says yes. She says, I'm sharing defendant's M, and this map shows longitude and latitude, does it not? And he says yes, it appears to. And she says that's actually nowhere near the bridge, is it? He says well, no, it appears to be about a mile away from.
So the location, the metadata on that shows a mile away from the bridge. Okay. Is it a goof? Is it what? But go on.
And it looks like it's at the Memorial Park, so Abby and Libby Memorial Park, I'm assuming. And she hands him the map, and so his answer is it's nowhere near the bridge. He says it's somewhere in Delphi.
He says it's nowhere near the bridge. He admits it's nowhere near the bridge. It's somewhere in Delphi. He's in this. I cut this down, but she makes him initial. She draws a circle on the map where the longitude and latitude are, and she makes him initial it in court.
So she says, well, did you point that out to investigators, the fact that the video doesn't appear to match up where it says that it was filmed? He says, no, I didn't.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
That's a baller move. Here, sign that. Sign that, please.
You barely.
So, yeah. So there you go. I thought that
What do
was
you think,
very
Prof?
interesting. No wonder they don't want the transcripts out.
Well, that's why they don't want any evidence. That's why they destroyed 70 days of evidence, and who knows how much DNA they've destroyed and how many footprints they've destroyed. I mean, honestly, my optimism is level 0 for these people. I think they've destroyed everything that was important, and they're delaying everything that remains so that we're all confused about it and we're arguing over stupid shit. And I don't know, it just like with everything else with this case, it makes no sense. There needs to be explanations. For instance, I can explain that the law enforcement has lied. Like, for instance, I went in depth into this FBI cast analysis, and what I did is I downloaded. They accidentally released the field guide for the cast system, and I went through a whole show where I went through most of that field guide about how the 3 tiers of looking at this phone data works. And yes, there's an aspect where at the worst resolution, which would be using the tower and not GPS and not this other I forget what the midway is, the resolution is about 5,000 feet or so. So you could say, yeah, somewhere in Delphi, that would be if you're trying to say that it's legitimate that they were on the bridge and filmed it, but that at that moment in time, it tagged itself a mile away because there's some tower over there a mile away or something. I don't know. That is a possibility of sorts, depending on the analysis. There's also the possibility that it's using GPS, which shows that it's within meters of where the phone is physically located. So there's so many answers that we don't have just on things like that. And remember, law enforcement tried to lie, or they tried to obscure this by hiding who the analysis was done by, uh, with the by the FBI. In other words, Jerry Hillman, he tried to obscure the investigators who put together this geofencing data by hiding behind the fact that we don't know who did it. We can't give you any of that. We don't have any of that stuff because the FBI did it. And it was only through the determination of some of the defense angles. I don't know who it was in the defense that did it, but someone from the defense managed to break through that wall when it came to FBI cast analysis. But I bring it back around to looking at this whole deal where we've got shoddy timelines, we've got witnesses who are not on the up and up, and then the law enforcement is I mean, for them to say, this is something I mean to do, but this whole thing with that be a gun, that I think that's the hugest red flag in this entire presentation by the state. Because any of us, and I challenge anyone out there, any citizen can grab this recording and listen to it. Put your headphones on if you need the help. Listen to what she says. I wrote it down here. She says, "See, this is the path that we go down." How do
Yeah.
you allow law enforcement to turn that into, "See, this is the path, that be a gun"?
I know, it's ridiculous.
And if you were to go and listen, you will hear her say, "See, this is the path that we go down." There's no "that be a gun," which means it was a complete fabrication presented to a jury, and you got a conviction.
I want to
So,
address, yeah, 100%, Prof. Curious Luke says Andy Baldwin authorized the release of this video. Y'all should take your complaints to him. Here's my thing, Luke. It's not. I'm not complaining. Okay. I think, and this is just me, and maybe I'm totally wrong, but I think that this is the enhanced video, and my understanding from people in the courtroom was that this is the last bridge video, that the enhanced one is what the jurors saw. And if Andy Baldwin wanted this one released, my guess is so that we could do what we're doing right now and pick it apart and say, okay, this don't look right. Something right here. Um, I don't think it was. I don't think it was done to hoodwink anybody. I think it was done because, in my opinion, they're letting us see why the jury did what they did, or the confusion maybe that the jury had over this. That's just my opinion. What do y'all think? No?
well, listen,
I can sure. I think that, like, if I'm I believe that we can get to the truth, and we can, because the reason I believe that we can get to the truth and we can free Rick Allen is because this is a federal investigation that is much, much bigger than just Delphi, and the Delphi case extends. So I do think that we can get to that truth. As far as this video's release, I would be in the 90s right now as to whether or not Andy Baldwin had something to do with it. And if he wanted it released without any commentary, I'm assuming that he wants commentary on it. So let's dig into it and let's look. I would want to hear, though, because there's, Curious Luke also said that, there's something about this video that destroys the timeline, and I would like to hear that. It's a conversation that I think we can have, and that we can just remain friends even if we disagree about it. So that's my biggest concern.
Yeah. I mean, I don't expect anybody to disagree with me, but from what I've observed about Andy Baldwin is that it wouldn't be detrimental to Richard Allen. I think he would want us to see what they interpolated, because that's the first time I ever heard that term. interpolate. So when you see Bridge Guy in that video, it's like, why it looks like if you blow it up,
Yeah.
it looks like the same thing that we've been seeing for all these years. So that wouldn't be an interpolation. We still don't know what he looks like. Interpolation would be if Andrea and Bob and everybody are right, and that he was a tiny little speck in the background, and they had to enhance it, then they'd have to interpolate it. And I think that's one of the things that I know there's a purpose for Andy Baldwin doing this, and it wouldn't be confusion, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would
Well,
look to people that are actually like who are. I'm sorry, Prof. I would just look to people that are experts in photo manipulation, and because I'm not, I know next
Me
to
either.
nothing about that. So
Go ahead, Prof. Sorry.
yeah, no, I've been all over. Okay, I've been all over. I've been watching people's reaction. I notice my own reaction, and I'm going to continue to double down on what I've said and how I feel, which is, listen, the only people who don't think that this looks completely faked are the trolls and the people who released it.
Mhm.
Now, I find that pretty fucking odd. I really do. I find it offensive and I find it odd. And let's be honest here, it looks tampered with. So now the question for me immediately goes to, well, A, it's the enhanced version, okay, which would
Mhm.
mean tampered with.
Yeah.
Or B, it's put across as the original version by the state and the defense, but it's still tampered with, which means this case gets bust wide open because it means that this was tampered with, installed on the victim's phone, and left there to be discovered as part of the staging. So either way, it's a shit storm.
Yeah.
And look, if Andy Baldwin indeed released this, he must want a shitstorm, and this is the shitstorm. The storm is upon us. So let's have the shitstorm. But don't be upset that people are questioning the things that are highly questionable about it. For instance, there's a voice. It looks faked. It looks AI enhanced. There's shadows where there shouldn't be shadows. There's a whole lot of fuckery with this video. So if it is being put across as authentic, you've got to wonder, why did law enforcement not notice this? Why did the defense attorneys not notice these anomalies? And why did the family not? And why did no one notice these? And now we're noticing them all and questioning them. Uh, I mean, where's the rest? You know, if Andy Baldwin, if he had the balls to put this onto the internet vicariously, anonymously through some other individuals, well, come on with the others. Let us do the A/B comparison of the you
Yeah.
know, of the other stuff. But whatever the case may be, I'm standing firm on. I told you earlier yesterday, Silky, when I first saw it. When it see, I always go on first impression. So I picked it up, and when it first met my eyes, there was an instant bad taste. It didn't sit right. I said, man, something is odd about this. There's an odd sheen to it. One of my viewers said it's movie screen quality. And so there's
Mhm.
all these terms. I had been toying with AI, animating and enhancing video. There's just a whole lot of look to it that is less than authentic to me. And then there are the other aspects that pile onto that. So for me, I don't care if it's the enhanced, I don't care if it's the original. I don't whatever it is, there's something that people are finding strange about it. And so yeah, we should be discussing it, but we should also be discussing all the other discovery, uh, including that which has been destroyed by the state. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think this, y'all, is what the prosecution was terrified of, that people like us and I of Apophis and everybody else would look at the original or look at the video, whether whichever version, and do this exact thing and say, hey, something ain't right here, or this doesn't make sense, or that doesn't make sense. I think we're the state's nightmare, and I think that's why the video was released. I mean,
I know
sometimes.
people are taking it, I got this little problem right now. It's just people are taking it far too personally that people are criticizing aspects of this. And for me, I just wonder, why does it matter? Why are you upset about the fact that people are laying eyes on this and giving commentary?
I mean, I think it's, I don't know. Oh, okay. The speed with which Abby was moving doesn't add up. That is actually the safest part of the bridge with the least rot. It would have taken her 20 minutes to get to that point.
Well, there's a difference between the still that we've seen and then the video. I know that much. The still that we've seen was taken much closer to the beginning of the bridge, closer to the north side of the bridge, the still. Whereas the video was way that we've seen looks way down towards the Webbers. I don't like. I wish I knew enough about videos and whatnot to critique it. I will admit, especially when it's paused, it tends to look a little janky. But if you're just going off the comparison to what the lawyers said that they saw during the, yes, it was on an 85-inch screen, but if you play the video at full speed, the brief second that he is on the screen, you could miss that easily, especially if it was only shown once. You might have just thought there's nobody there. We have the advantage of being able to pause it and go slow and zoom in and see where that little purple camera is. I mean, purple phone is in, I think, Abby's right front pocket in her jacket, but that's just my own feeling. So yeah, I mean, I think have at it, tear the video apart, and let's figure it out. But I think, like the expectation that people won't feel like, can you imagine? Let's just assume for a second that, for sake of argument, this is a legitimate original video coming from the heart of Andy Baldwin, and he wants us all to see this. I can imagine if Andy Baldwin sent me an email and said, Josh, I want you to release this to the community, and I release this to the community, my heart is expecting the community to look at this video and be like, oh my God, we need to, share this and be excited about this. And then to have, the community look at it and be like, oh shit, that looks fake. I might feel some kind of way too. So I can understand why people might feel a little bit taken aback by the critique of the video, especially if it was coming from Andrew Baldwin, like if that is legit. But on the other hand, we have to expect to be attacked from without. We have to expect people to give us bad information. We have to expect those things. So being self-policing and being very critical, that's a good thing. It's a good thing that we're doing.
Yeah, we never would have gotten this far if we hadn't questioned the narrative, We'd just have stayed quiet and said, oh, okay, this is the guy, this is the perpetrator, put him away.
And this idea, so can I interrupt real quick?
Sure.
So I don't know, a while back I started coming on and started talking about the criminal element to this thing, or maybe the organized crime, and some people came into me and they were like, where have you been the whole time? Because we've been talking about this forever. And they were right. They had been talking about it forever. And recently I think it was Crime Night released on his channel. He released a recording of a conversation that happened between like a Hannah and one of the other Jennifer, maybe. Yeah, Jennifer. And one of those two were talking, and this is supposedly recorded years ago, and she got into hushed tones and almost sounded apologetic when she said, listen, the majority of people who've really looked at this case feel that this is organized crime. And I'm not exactly what she said, but that's basically what she was saying. And it made my heart leap because here I am all the way out here finally getting this information, and I'm seeing organized crime. And the people all the way at the beginning, when they were looking at the information, they all sell organized crime. And they were recognizing that whoever we're dealing with is fairly sophisticated. So their ability to put something on the victim's phone and leave it is well within their wheelhouse. They could totally
Oh,
do that.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is this is recognized from the very beginning, the people looking at this case. And here we are years later at the other end seeing organized crime as well. So I think we're all hitting on something.
Yeah. And this would be why uh, Judge Gull has pulled her shenanigans and the whole court system and the ISP. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
you have to have friends in high places, you know?
Yeah, those are abounding here. For sure.
Did you find that, Prof, that whatever ACV was talking about?
Somebody had
No, because I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. But everyone's welcome to go explore themselves what he was saying, because people copyright strike like they're going out of their minds when they're on a war path, and so we're not going to allow them to use the copyright tool as a weapon. But thank you, ACV. Yeah, I understand that point. But I agree with you guys about the circling back to the criticism, the trolling, the inner trolling, the outer trolling, the under the surface manipulation, and then the in your face harassment. In all aspects, I found an oddity is that what seems to trigger it is this concept of talking about organized crime, and especially talking about organized crime in some relation to the victims' families. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
elephant in the room, from that aspect, I would say is the hush tone, the hush hush. Often with my friends behind the scenes, we say it's the hush hush of this case, is that you're allowed to talk about anything, especially Ron Logan or Richard Allen. But what you're not allowed to talk about is anything having to do with the methamphetamine or the possible Dropbox or the possible families having connections into the criminals element of the community. So I'm looking at it as if uh, all this time, what has caused people to be harassed, run off the case, stalked, swatted, and everything else under the sun has been when those people shine a light onto the criminal underworld and possible family being less than transparent about that connection. And so for
Yeah.
me, personally, I can attest to that. And I put that together with all of the emails I get from community members from Delphi and that area in general, who they'll say, Prof, la 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 la, but please don't say my name or don't say anything or don't say, because I'm afraid.
Wow.
And so the culture of fear, that's what you and I have talked about before, Silky. Remember when you wanted to cover the Delphi body count? And I said,
Yeah.
I'd rather call it the culture of fear, because there's not just a body count, but there's a literal cloud over this community where the locals, they'll give us and they'll come to us, but they're literally living in this cloud of suspicion 24/7,
Yeah.
and they're afraid to even like be identified with handing over information. And
Exactly.
so that's why I continue to get those, because everyone who knows who they've come to me that way, I never violate that trust.
Mm-hmm.
And if I ever want to use a piece of it, I always email them back and I say, listen, I want to use this little piece. I'm going to extract it and I'm going to keep your name out of it. And I'm not going to even copy the email. I'll just type it out separately or something. By protecting that layer of where they feel protected, they have the more confidence to come out. But that's what I can see is this hush hush seems to predominate. And as I said to Mr. Lowlight earlier, why over the murders of just two children, which happens all the time, why do you have this amount of fear and hush hush
Mm-hmm.
and really it's as if it's a verboten, to talk about.
Yeah.
And this, you get the death threats and the lawsuit threats and all the threats and
And swatted.
Well,
and
those are
other
perfect
things.
murder. I really think it was a perfect murder. I think it was pulled off. If you listen to what Patrick Westphal has to say, and you listen to it over and over again, and you start hearing what he's putting down, he said there would be a lot of cogs that had to pull this off, and I don't think he was kidding.
Yeah. Well, that would explain the tentacles statement as well. Although I'm not a fan. Yeah, the tentacles
But it's
were.
almost like I'm sorry, I keep interrupting. It's almost like nobody
It's
wants
okay.
this thing solved. You know, it's
Exactly.
like an all hands on deck. And if I was just going to say something that would totally get me like, in trouble, and I do that because it's on somebody else's, platform. So is that like, what kind of payoffs are going on? I'm wondering all of the interests that are aligned right now in not having this come out, and just asinine things that they say. They lead with the sympathy play instantly. They lead with it. That's all they have is like, don't share these images because of the family. Don't share this because of the family, because of the family, because of the family. HTC herself said the most dangerous person you're going to deal with is the one who starts the sympathy play. And that's all they do. They lead with what they're going to do to you. And, I don't know. It's weird. I'm dancing around saying something really spicy here. I just want to say that nonprofits go into this big. Nonprofits play a very big role in this whole scheme.
I can see that. I can see that, especially since all the info of USAID is coming out. Yeah, I think it's. And let me just go back. I don't know where it is. I can't highlight it. Electric Weircat said one thing. Mike Pence, 100%. And yeah, I said that a couple of
There's
years
a
ago.
Republican version of Act Blue. Very powerful in Indiana.
So explain to everybody what Act Blue is.
Act Blue is a political PAC, is a political action committee, and they don't really have a lot of regulations on the money that they take in and they can give to political candidates. And so what the cartels will do is they'll make money by trafficking and drug dealing. They take that money and they put it into the Bank of Canada and into TD Bank. TD Bank then puts it into fraudulent mortgages stateside, and they start selling these homes that are overpriced, and then that money is taken and put into political PACs like Act Blue, I forget, Win Red maybe, and some of these other PACs, and then that money goes into the local hands of the politicians that are looking the other way and allowing this drug and the trafficking operations to go on.
Very interesting.
I'm sorry, I'm not that great of a explainer.
There's a Republican version of that as well.
Yes.
I'm sure there is. I mean, come on. I don't think either party are saints.
It's wild watching Indiana like go through what it's going through right now, and watching the AG Todd Ricada like on Twitter, like all his tweets are all MAGA. They're all like, let's get rid of the illegals and let's do this and that. And it's like, hello, do you know that Florida is still burning? Like, do you have any idea what's happening in your state? He's feigning MAGA. I'm just hoping Pam Bondi, whatever. We'll see. Like, we've reached a new stage. The who are they? The appellate attorneys have taken over, and
yeah, I think so. I thought that's what I
and
saw.
the AG's office sent like their most experienced too, I think.
Do you think that's why potentially that if Andy Baldwin released the video, do you think that's why? Because he's no longer, because they're on the appellate?
I think that they're going to be. I think they're going to be back. I think that they want this tried in the public. I think they want this tried in the public because it's not being tried in private. So why not try it in the public? Why not try the facts of the case in the public? Because the facts of the case can't even be tried in a courtroom.
Yeah. Okay.
But see, and when we're getting onto these important points is when all the trolls flood in, like they are doing right now. No, but it leads me back to this idea that I wanted to remember to express is that I think from the beginning, people have put too much confidence and credibility and weight on the defense because this case is so far beyond the defense of an accused. They could have never figured it out, really, and they didn't. And I think what we got was just, I've said it a number of times, the tip of the iceberg.
Hmm.
Okay, so what I mean
Yeah.
by that is understanding that they did all they could in their minds to take something viable and present it as a viable as a part of the viable defense for Richard Allen. And it didn't work out because this judge made sure that she maintained control over the direction this went. Well, what I'm getting at is that Frank's memorandum and how this entire story that plays out in the Frank's memorandum, which is it's really a detailed, in-depth narrative with so many sidelines and so many parallels and so many uh, substantiated facts that are referenced. For instance, when it comes to Elvis Fields, the facts that both of his sisters independently, one even reluctantly, give these similar confessions of Elvis and similar red flags. They're both uh, polygraphed successfully by the woman who was later found dead in a fire.
Yeah,
Okay,
Stephanie.
you know, and so in every aspect, you had this entire Frank's memorandum built up like a pyramid of on a firm foundation of fact, all coming from a law enforcement investigation, not just pulled willy-nilly out of thin air that, oh, I want to think of a defense for my client, so yeah, I'll come up with that these girls were sacrificed by
Yeah, the old.
some powerful political activists with white supremacist ties and possibly drug game ties.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't manufacture that. He found it in the myriad megabyte or terabytes of discovery that were intentionally disorganized by Kathy Shank. He still managed to be able to pull that together, and then he built it up. And what I'm saying though is with all the bulk of that we all thoroughly explored, now try to understand that and then consider that it's just the capstone to the pyramid or the tip of the iceberg, and that the entire story is so much more. It's the rest of the pyramid or the rest of the iceberg that's below the surface. We don't even know. We can't begin to fathom how much more there is that was never included in discovery, that was deleted, that was controlled by Fouts or Diener or Gull or McClellan or any of these people who had their hands in this investigation. I am a strong believer that when we're looking at what we have known to be this whole story of the alternative theory of the crime by the defense, I think, yeah, that's only a slight indication of probably what we're looking at because the rest never even made it into discovery. So, with that as a reset, I think of this case and I think, wow, you begin to understand how we could be seeing what we're seeing, you know?
Yeah. Hello, criminality. Boy, there's so many of y'all. Just know I love y'all all. See so many names. Um, yeah, I hope that I hope that all of this reveals the whole story. Eh, what was it that I don't know? Somebody said somewhere we have a choice. We can either see it solved or we can see Richard Allen free, but we can't have both. Um, I hope that's not true. I mean, because what side do you pick? I don't want Richard Allen to be in prison for the rest of his life for a crime he didn't commit. I also don't want these pieces of crap who committed this crime. You know, I want Abby and Libby to have justice. That's my hope. I want it all, y'all. I don't want half of it. I want it all.
Yeah. Well, that's the price we pay if we want a limited government, is when we see the government stepping out of line, we have to stand up ourselves.
Yeah.
And we're doing that. And, you know, like whether or not the defense is, you know, like they're, my hope is, I've always, I don't know, tried to think that the defense was planning for 2 trials, since the first one seemed like it was going to be a practice trial. We'll see. You know, like there's some information that's out there, like geofence data, that's becoming very, very hot. And, you know, a lot of that might be coming into play. I don't know. There's a lot of reluctance to talk about some of that right now. And I think that might be for a good reason. I don't know.
I'd like to make bold allegations on that front. That's something I've continuously forgotten to speak up about, but it's because there are lies being told. Okay, there are lies being told, and I know that for a fact. And it's just very interesting the amount of control that goes into the narrative on this case, Lowlight and Silky.
I don't have audio on him.
No, I just stopped awkwardly. I awkwardly stopped because I'm at a loss for words.
You're forming gotcha.
Yeah, it's
I'm going to highlight a few of these things that came up. Like some of them are very early in the chat, because I don't know where this source is. If the CIA says FBI, don't look here, he's one of ours, they don't look. So I'm guessing that you're talking about other people in government positions, or in whether it's ISP or whatever. I don't know. First of all, let me just say the CIA. I guess you know this is going out in 2. Let me think about this. I've already been swatted once. Let me think. Based on recent reports, let me just say this. Based on recent reports, and I did a show about the JFK files, it would seem that there are some members, cliques, whatever, in the CIA that have been shady in the past. So for that reason, I'm a little skeptical that it's clean. But I also have to question FBI as well, just because of some of the other shady characters in this case. It's like who's gonna? Is it gonna be Cash Patel? Who is going to break this, is what I'm saying, I guess. Is if there is, as we all have long suspected, it is a much, much bigger operation than Abby and Libby. Where is the break going to come? Like, who's going to split this one?
I would think that the case is already solved on that level. I mean, they know everything. I would think that Cash Patel, if deputy directors were getting nightly updates, Ray, they had all been briefed. We are all so used to looking at Delphi that we don't even see it anymore. Delphi glows. This is the weirdest stuff on the planet. And when normal people look at this, like, we're all traumatized. We probably all have a trauma bond, like, to be honest with you.
Yes, we do.
But we're used to the gaslighting. We're used to the yelling. We're used to the threats. We're used to all that. Delphi is whacked. And so any but Pam Bondi, any Cash Patels, you know, this is not just any state. This is Mike Pence's state. And he and Trump don't like each other. And as it turns out, it's also a state with a lot of organized crime. Like, who would have thought? So I can't imagine, like, I was hoping that Cash Patel would show up in, you know, Delphi, Indiana himself. throw his feet up on the table or something. But that's not what happened. And, you know, there you go, my magical thinking. But who knows? Something's happening. I know that.
I hope so. Yeah, right about Nasser. Yeah, that was. Whew, um,
And
that's
that's
something
the old
else.
FBI. That they're trying to sell us that's the old FBI. They're trying to sell us that Nasser is the old FBI.
Look, I am a bargain shopper, but I don't buy that. You know, come on.
Yeah.
I just don't. Yeah. Oh, it's the old FBI. Yeah, yeah. Like my ex husband. Oh, this is the new me. What?
Yeah.
No, no.
We'll see.
Well, see, and part of my theory of what's we've been witnessing is like, because we have to be honest here. Like, I know that everyone gets so you people begin to identify their personality with their relationship to the Delphi case and take it on as a part of themselves and that sort of thing. And it's real easy to get so personally intertwined that you don't really step back and look. But when I look at it, it's also blatant. Like, I think
Yeah.
that's where the gaslighters have really succeeded in this community, and especially in the Facebook groups that remember how I said that they from the early days, they took control of all of the social media. So whether it be the various Facebook groups, they were in complete control of, the
Hmm.
various Reddits, they were in complete control of, and 90% of the YouTube, they were complete control of. So they made it really, they've established such a good handle on the PR of over this that they've made it, I don't know, like they made you have they've instilled a lot of self-doubt about questioning whether there's corruption or not. That's
Hmm.
something like base level. So from the ground
Yeah.
level, they've established this inner doubt that affects people psychologically. Like, do we have corruption here or do we not? Oh, of course we don't. No, of course Carroll County's not corrupt. But let's wipe that clean and look at
Yeah.
it at face value. And that's why I said that this phrase, "that be a gun," is literally possibly the greatest red flag in this court case. Because the fact that any of us now can listen to this and understand that what is said is, see, this is the path that we go down. And you had the entire weight of the state of Indiana behind people in the court of law convey to the public that what was said is, "that be a gun." It's just indicative of the level of corruption going on here. And so if you take that as just like a thread to pull on, and you look at the rest of all that we've seen, how clearly, as the defense has pointed out in nearly every filing, the prosecutor has behaved inappropriately, in bad faith. He's delayed, he's lied, he's done just the most atrocious things, and
Hmm.
the judge has also, I would say, to a large extent. And so, with all of
Yes.
that going on, you can look at it now and you can say, yeah, how can it be denied that there's corruption?
Right.
So it's sort of like us all turning, this whole community taking a turn, somewhat of a change of attitude to stop the doubt about, is this a railroading? Is this a corrupt endeavor? And then going into it acknowledging just the base level facts, like, this is corruption, this is a railroading, this is a berry job. Now,
Hmm.
if you can go into it with that sort of skepticism, at least, or at least acknowledgement of reality, then we can start to get into the fact that, like, my thesis is that time solves this case, okay? Because all of these things play out in time, and it's going to be the
Yeah.
weight of the world looking at this and the scrutiny and time, progressing, that is going to bring the resolution to this case. We just want it faster. We want it faster.
Yeah. Well, if this were a case where someone where we didn't have someone languishing in prison, um and we don't know from one day to the next, is he still alive, really? Um, if this was just a cold case, something like Boys on the Tracks or whatever, I'd say, hey, yeah, you're right. Time will tell. Everything will show up. I think my anxiety comes for Richard Allen. Like, every day he's there. Every day his family, the whole 9 yards. I'm like, that's my, anxiety. That's my timeline. I guess it's why I don't have patience for this. Now, if we could at least get him off the hook, then, would I be patient to wait? Yeah, probably. Well, I'm not great with patience, but but I'd be better off. Um,
But that's why my theory now, though, is that someone touched on it earlier. This whole thing about free Richard Allen versus blah 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 solve the case. We all know that the defense should not be responsible for solving the case. It's not their obligation.
right.
But I truly believe, and I said this to Rick Snay, and I have stood on this from the very beginning. I believe the truth about the Delphi murders should be what frees Rick Allen. And I know that's not the way this works, right? But it's sort of the onus was put on the defense with this, and now it's on the appellate attorneys, and it's on all the community that believes in Rick Allen. If you believe he's innocent, then understand that this whole fucking game about free Rick Allen, it ain't gonna work, okay? Because this case is so complicated, such an intense, multi-tiered Barry job. I truly believe that nothing is going to free Rick Allen except the truth about the Delphi murders coming to the surface, and then that being what turns it around. Because this thing, they prepared for years to bury somebody over this,
Oh, yeah.
or to, when they destroyed the evidence in the first week, that was already set in motion. They didn't have Rick Allen in mind, I don't believe, in the first week. But
No.
eventually it came around to it, and all the real evidence, I believe, has been destroyed. So we're reliant upon something else other than what a normal case would have as authenticity of evidence. And I'm going to stop talking. I feel like I'm talking too much, but I know there's a lot of chat, and I want to leave room for that. But that's all. I wanted to get that out because I understand. I truly understand. And
I wanted to show this one because and this was way back an hour ago. Okay, and they're talking about Timothy McVeigh and CIA control. Look, I get it. If you don't know that rabbit hole, there's another rabbit hole for you. But this is the part. Who
That's another
sounds
lie,
like
too.
this in this case? Because I don't. I mean, I could maybe kind of think, but not really. If you're talking about a mind control or CIA controlled, who would you? I'm just guessing here, y'all. I don't know.
So who sounds like a sheep dipped?
Yeah.
Timothy McVeigh. I don't know anyone in the. Yeah, help me out. Like I don't see anybody sheep dipped, but I could be wrong.
I see it different than this sort of case. I look at it like more of a Jean-Benet Ramsey. I believe that that's solely on the DA. That was a Barry job. My theory on Jean-Benet is a Barry job too. And it's because there were political implications and alliances or allegiances. And so the DA established the Barry job on Jean-Benet, and it was successful. And now I believe this is what has happened with Delphi. And it's
Why do you
probably
think
going
that
to
they
be.
buried John Benet? Like,
I'm
what
sorry?
was the motive for burying John Benet?
The allegiances between the. Well, then we have to get into who we think killed John Benet. Like I don't know. That's
Okay.
complicated territory.
We could do another
Yeah.
show on that.
I don't want to
Yeah.
get a lifetime of 300 trolls just for that. But no, but
Yes.
I've
I know,
spoken to
right?
someone who has intimate knowledge of the situation by being in the same
Yeah.
jurisdiction, in the same police department. And I know absolutely for sure that the DA buried that because of the relationship with the parents. I'll say it that way.
You know,
Yeah,
I wonder sometimes, like how much I wonder aloud, like how long it would take a defense attorney if he was working in some place like Carroll County to have, just from like getting the discovery that you get, like how long it would take that person to know completely all the crime that was going on, all the drug dealing, who was doing what. You know, how long would it take Nick McClellan to get a lay of the land? I just wonder.
well, it seems like you would have to have help, assistance.
I don't know. I don't know. I would think though that, like, if you're coming into, so say you're the defense attorney in, I don't know, Carroll County, wouldn't that change like where you send your kids to school, where you shopped, just by knowing who was doing what and whose parents were like, no, my kids can't play with that family because the parents are into this, or maybe they got an uncle that's kind of weird. How long would it take you to really clean up an area if you're the prosecuting attorney all the next day? You know, like, even if you're, I don't know, even if you're really ethical, you're not Batman and you're just, but what happened? Like, the exact opposite has happened in that county. Like, it's
Yeah.
gotten worse.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
well, Nick started out as a defense attorney. So he knew.
Yeah.
He knew from that angle as he was representing people, and then he got picked by very odd circumstances, in my opinion, very expensive circumstances. But yeah, so he gets pegged as prosecutor, like something that, to my understanding, I'm not legal, is very difficult and mostly unheard of, because you have to recuse yourself from so many cases. You can't prosecute them because you represented them before. It's like it's a now you know all the dirt, and now you can prosecute it. That doesn't really seem that ethical to me. That's just my opinion.
And
I've got this
I
one.
remember something I meant to get to, but I always go off track because it's such this level of complication is just unfathomable how complicated this all is. But what I was getting at when I was talking about the iceberg and the tip of the iceberg and the Frank's memorandum, that whole analogy I was making,
Yeah.
is that and the acceptance of corruption is that I guess the roundabout way that I look at it is that understand that I don't believe this is anything new. Okay, this is nothing new. These people have done this in their communities since, whatever, Constitution was drafted.
Yeah.
And it's always worked because we never had the internet. We never had the world watching and people willing to dedicate every night of their life to taking this in and thinking about and communicating with others who are like-minded. And I think that when it comes to Delphi, as just like as an example of this sort of thing, you're looking at a community who's always functioned in this way. They've always had this Masonic structure, and that's put in place so that they control all the various things, and the families scratch each other's back, and people are protected who are in certain, favored families or certain people. So I think when it came down to this, they never thought that, I've said this before, when they created or when it was decided to market this using the Bridge Guy video, it literally went viral. Okay. So this case went viral, and it had nothing to do with Abby or Libby. It had to do with the way that it was put together using the billboards and the Bridge Guy video and Doug Carter as the electric or magnetic personality to be the spokesperson.
Yeah.
They pulled off drawing a lot of attention to themselves. And so my theory now is that this is what's going to be the solution to this, is this community that's operated this way for generations thought that they could still pull this all the way through to a conviction, and now they don't realize that, man, you created a viral sensation that is the Delphi case.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Well,
you have a lot of
actually,
scrutiny. And what are you going to do about it? Because that shit that's worked, like for instance, the Judge Diener drafting the safekeeping request for Tobe Lesenby, and then Tobe Lesenby going and handing it right back to him to sign. He signed his
Yeah.
own safekeeping request. Then he
Mhm.
resigns or
Right.
recuses. That's
Yeah.
all of that sort of fuckery that these people do. I think the days are coming to an end, at least in this locale, because of this scrutiny. Now, how many more people are going to get convicted? They might go after some of us, honestly. They might go after some of us for being a loud voice, but it's heading in that direction. And at least I'm optimistic. I'm an optimist.
Um, in the very beginning, it was known as the Snapchat murders, which is what it was when it caught my attention, because I've always been interested in true crime. And that's, I saw that headline and I'm like, what? And then they changed it. I think Snapchat had a problem with that, which understandably. But then, it turned into the Delphi case. But yeah, you're right. From the get go, it was set up to go viral. Absolutely.
I think it was unintentional too, honestly. I really do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure.
It is weird though how, because I remember where I was when those girls went missing. I remember where I was when I found out they had been murdered. It's strange that was, I think there were 600,000 children that went missing that year. And the two that popped
Wow.
up on my screen that day was Libby and Abby. So there's something about that murder or that disappearance, because it popped up on Drudge Report, I think. I'm dating myself now. It's back before I got sober. I'd wake up in the morning, read Drudge, and get wrecked. And that's where I was when I found out Libby and Abby went missing.
Wow.
Something that Prof had touched on before, and it was just like the corruption I wanted to touch on, and that's the corruption here is naked. Like, this is in your face. They're like, okay, we're just going to make this guy the police chief now. We're just going to make this guy the prosecutor now. We're just going to like lose all this information. Oh, it was 2 different devices on, the same day, and it was right after Charlottesville, and everyone can see this. Everyone can see this. And when the AG sends his lawyers there to do this appeal, he knows that everybody can see that this is just complete BS.
Yeah.
It's a weird place to be, because this has worked before. This I don't know what this railroad that was constructed to put rich and down. It's put a lot of people down. Mm-hmm. Hoosier hostages? Anyone? Like, how many Hoosier hostages are out there right now? And somebody else was saying that, like, I think it was Aaron Coates is an interesting person on Twitter, but he often talks to AG Rakota and lets them know, like, hey, there's some things going on here. I guess there's a $4 billion project. I don't know if it's chip fabrication that looks at going in. They're looking at Allen County, maybe. Mm-hmm. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
I actually heard the announcement of that yeah, that's one of the new things that's going to be coming into Indiana.
His take is that there's something about this. Maybe there's some kind of matrix that a community goes through to be approved to have one of these facilities, and it's national security is part of that. Mm-hmm. So the community has to be approved, and if this kind of thing was going on in the community, it would have I don't know, it might be a strike of some kind. Is that your understanding, Prof?
No, I didn't even look into it that deeply, because I just took it in as a part of this rejuvenation of the economy right now, where they're bringing all the manufacturing back. And I thought, oh, well, that's going to be Indiana's slice of the pie. But no, it makes sense that anytime you're inviting this multinational investment, you have to have the shit in place where they know that where they're putting this investment, that things are going to be kind of kosher. But I think, I mean, honestly, in the most real talk we can have, and I know that I don't like to go because people are so trigger happy with politics and easily triggered. I don't want to go far into it, but what I see is that, the fact, I guess, just speaking in terms of facts, we have had the status quo for so many years now. Think about it. Since these girls have been murdered, there's been status quo. Right now, you have a complete gutting of the FBI, at least at the higher echelon. So most of your field agents are going to remain the same, but a lot of heads have rolled in the top levels. So with that rejuvenation of the FBI, there might be some fresh blood, fresh eyes, and fresh things get turned over, and this timing might work really beautifully. And that's again where I'm kind of optimistic that maybe with this obvious railroading of Richard Allen, and all of us making a lot of noise about it and all of the publicity about it, the right people will at least take various looks into it. There's going to be new blood coming in, and maybe as things go across desks, decisions will be made that are different than have been made, because it just seems like this has been buried. And maybe you're right. I mean, maybe there has been this delay in it to allow things to go forward, if there's been some sort of surveillance. But maybe it's going to be a combination of all of that. Maybe it's just that now we're going to get new leadership, new people in the various what do you call the stations, the FBI, the field offices, new
Mhm.
leadership in those offices here and there, and new eyes on things. Something's going to have to give, because I know this. I've gone and I've surveyed all of the YouTube news coverage. So not our channels, but you go onto the major news channels all around Delphi, who's covering Delphi. As you're looking at the commentary under those videos for all of Delphi coverage from the affiliates throughout the region, there's a large public outcry right now for something to be done about Indiana, and not just Richard Allen, but Indiana. People are making a lot of noise, and if
Mhm.
I'm noticing it, that means that the senators are going to be hearing it, the representatives, the FBI field office employees, and everyone's going to be hearing it at the same time. And remember, we're always ahead of the game. Like how many people obsess over Delphi every day? Not just a small percentage of the United States population. So
Yeah. I mean, I hope so. I do know this. I have seen so many people busted from Indiana, school teachers, police, counselors. Like, it's crazy. As a matter of fact, about a year ago, I just did a Google search on how much CSAM uh, there was, how many people had been arrested, and I had a graph that I did myself. This is when I was bored one day, and I looked at not just Carroll County but the surrounding counties. And let me tell you, I was writing on a legal pad. Okay. And I would just take down the name, what county they were from, and the charge. And it was all child related. And I mean, in no time, I had 3 pages full. And I was like, you know what? I can't. Like, I haven't, this is the tip of the iceberg. And these are arrests. So what I know is that the people that are arrested, there's a lot more behind each one. It's not just that one. Oh, we've got one bad apple. No, you don't. And when you look, you stack up all of this, and I think that's what people are seeing, and the amount of children missing from Indiana, and the fact that if you're going to move humans, that is a very popular place to do that. Um, so on that aspect, Prof, I'm with you, but let me play devil's advocate for a second, because I have to. It's in my nature. What if these people are looking at this from the flip side and saying, "Oh, look, they've railroaded somebody. We've got a lot of moving of humans. We've got a lot of source of substances and stuff like that. What if they're like, hey, this is a good place to further our own operations, which may be shady? Could they be looking at it that way? Because, I hope not. But
Well, I think that historically they probably have. Now, the real question is anything being done about this epidemic? Because, like Lowlight was saying, it's true. Where I got interested was during COVID time because of the downtime we had and the
mhm,
downtime leading to sharing of information on social media. And I got interested in this whole concept of missing children. And I started to look into the statistics. How many children go missing a year versus how many are recovered?
mhm,
And when you start to understand the sheer numbers of children just in the United States alone who drop off the face of the earth never to return, it's in the
Poof.
hundreds of thousands per year. And so I got a calculator out and I said, well, how many a day is that? Oh, and so most conservatively, 5,000 a day. When you start to think of those numbers, wait, am I giving, let me make sure I'm giving the math right because I don't want to fuck up and the trolls will kill me for it. But
mhm.
when I looked at the number of unrecovered children per year, okay, let's do this. Let me give the rough estimate like I did before. No, it's 1,000 a day. It's approximately 1,000 a day across the US. So then I did divide that number by how many states we have in the US. And you start to get into those numbers, it's extraordinary. And you got to wonder, how are you losing 800 to 1,000 children a day in the United States alone? And that not like the number one story in your newspapers. And
Right.
it's just never made it. It's not mainstream news, but that's coming from federal statistics that track missing children versus recovered. And this is every year going back years and years and years and years. Where
Mhm.
are all these children?
I would say that there's some kind of organized infrastructure that piggybacks off of our own infrastructure, just like, boats, planes, cars, trucks, highways. But there's an organized infrastructure for getting kids, moving them. Where? I don't know, but you're right. Those numbers, there has to be an
They're
infrastructure.
huge numbers, and like I
Yeah.
Yes.
said, so
Yeah.
a lot of these numbers they never make it. Like, no, a lot of these faces, okay, so all of
Hmm.
these children, they're not like the faces of the elite of the community. A lot of them are homeless children, or they're immigrant children, or they're illegals, or they're just poor. They're children of children. There's so it's not like every one of them is a child of a celebrity where it's going to make headlines. But just for the numbers to be anywhere near what the even like I said, even if conservatively you take half the numbers, you take the statistics they're giving, you drop them in half, you still end up with 2 or 300,000 children a year.
Yeah.
It's is the Fed record keeping that bad, or is the epidemic of children going missing that bad? Mhm.
I think it's the actual children going missing, because if you add it up by state, you'll come to astronomical numbers. Um, yeah, that's
Yeah,
something.
even if it was 50, even if it's 50, if it's one child from one state per day, that seems to be extraordinary.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Pink, shoot me an email. I would love to talk to you. Just FYI, if you want to. Um, yeah. Uh, wow. All I can hope again is that you're right, Prof. That all of this attention is going to go. When I think about all the stuff, like, look, it's not that I'm uncompassionate, but when it comes to substances that are flying around everywhere, that's one whole ball of wax. But when it comes to the moving of little humans, I get very, very upset and almost feral, uh, you know, because it makes me so angry. And,
Well, we're
sometimes I
naturally
think,
protective of children. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're
no, yeah,
naturally protective of children, and it's wild. You got to wonder, like, how many of these? Where are these children ending up? How how many of these? How many people are just down with hurting
hmm
kids like this? It's it's scary. It is. It's almost like there's a parallel society that's right next to us that we just can't see, but it's right there, and it's predatory. It's very evil.
yes, yes. And then, well, I'm not even going to get into that, but, some of the things that we were talking about earlier, low light, the certain numbers, that group has certain numbers. You get into all that kind of stuff, and it gets very dark. It gets very dark very quick. And then the other rabbit holes that I go down, um, that I will also be sharing on Rumble, it's darker than you can ever imagine. Oh, Sachi's saying hello. So I got the cat tail.
Well,
So,
I'm not sure if Phoenix was replying to us or not, but he was saying like one per state per day is probably more realistic and just as horrific. And if that's true, he's right.
um, and I think when it comes to the illegal people, they're not documented. You don't know, you know, they're literally coming over here. And I mean, if you listen to, oh my gosh, what's his name? Judd is his last name. The sheriff of in Florida. You know who? Grady Judd.
Okay. Yeah, yeah,
If you
yeah.
listen to him and and he gives you great details on the kind of moving of humans that is going on in his state, and the numbers are crazy. And these people have no protection because once they get here, they disappear. They literally disappear.
Yeah, yeah, it's scary.
No, the numbers are astronomical, and I look.
It's
I have last time I looked at all the statistics, and I was all familiar with them. It was a couple years ago, right before I came on to YouTube. I was concerned with all of that. I can't. You can't. I cannot obsess over it every day because it's heartbreaking. But
Hmm
there has. It's like you're saying, Silky. There has to be some sort of economy aligned with this. Okay,
hmm
because you've got it's not just one per day. It's not 50 kids a day. It's a lot of kids. And the numbers get up into the 300, 400, 500,000. But then considering a third of them do come back. So that brings you back down to the 300 or 200,000 a year in that range. That's a lot of children. And in order to facilitate that, it's just like we're talking about this Delphi thing with the denial. It's you have to be able to accept a base level of reality, a ground level to start to stand on, and like
hmm
so we know that people are trafficked. I mean, to say they are not people are not trafficked is ridiculous. People are trafficked. There's an infrastructure, there's economic pathways that allow that to happen.
hmm
And so children are trafficked.
Yeah. And
This drugs
I
are trafficked, and now I guess where I'm thinking is so like you look at those things require physical exchange. That requires a physical network. You have to have people in states and moving from A to B, and it's a logistic thing. But then there's also the facilitation of that with the online uh, technological tools that we have, because trust me, all of these criminal organizations have moved on to the internet because like all of we've all moved on to the internet. I do Walmart shopping on the internet when I need it because it makes my day go by easier. And so
hmm
I'm looking at both sides. It was where you have to have this physical infrastructure like moving the kids and the drugs and whatever across the countries and from A to B, but you also this online component where the communications and the exchanges of monies and all the things that the internet is easy for, that's also used. And the narrative control, which I'm trying to get back to around here, how we tie to Delphi, where it cannot be denied that there is narrative control around Delphi. And that's
Oh
something
yeah.
that I've had sources, and I'm not going to name them, but I've had sources who communicate with Vinlander types, to put it mildly. They readily admit we do most of everything on the internet these days. Okay, so wake up call for you.
Yeah. There are some things I'm looking at the chat. Kelly, I see your comment. I absolutely cannot go there on this channel. I will go there on Rumble. I'm gonna go anywhere I want to go on Rumble. Yeah, and NGOs. Yeah, I know y'all are. I hope you're not too distracted by Sachi, but here's the thing: she's gonna do what she's gonna do. So
Well, is Sachi, is there a troll on the internet? Is there a troll on the
no,
chat
no,
or something?
no. No, it's just
Okay.
no, I wasn't referring to a troll at all. I know exactly what they're talking about. I just can't
Oh,
address
a topic that we can't broach here on YouTube?
at
Gotcha.
all. At all.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Kelly says the police traffic you every day. What's also true. So, on a lighter note, no, but I'm very upset. I don't know if it's coming across, but I'm telling you that if anything that's upset me about this video release has been that be a gun, because I'm telling you, I'm absolutely furious. I was already furious about Brian Harshman saying that in his non-expert expert opinion, and understanding he's behind a uniform with a badge on it in front of a jury on a what do you call it, where they sit in the courtroom. He's sitting there in the place they sit, and he's got the uniform on, and he's a representative of authority. He's a figure of authority, and he says, "Yeah, it sounds like Richard Allen's voice to me because I've heard him talk on the phone." Which is
Yeah.
it's not proper. And he also said, "Yeah, and there's 60 plus confessions because I say there are." And it's
Right.
just not proper. And then you had another one get on the stand and say, "That be a gun." So for me, it's like you have representatives of the state of Indiana wearing uniforms in a position of authority and respect and responsibility, conveying to the jury things like this. It's just unacceptable. And we've
Yeah.
seen it all.
I mean,
And that's one of the things that I love about the community is that they're so active and they're just not going to stand for that.
yeah. Well,
I'm
I
sorry I
mean,
interrupted you.
I don't think, and I think Keith Kellogg said it earlier. Like nobody knows what creators go through when we're covering Delphi. Like y'all, the stress, the threats, it's off the charts. Okay, let me just tell
Yeah.
you. If anybody thinks that we are doing this for the money, you don't understand how YouTube works. Okay.
Did somebody
Unless
say
I was
that?
getting hundreds of thousands of views on every video, it's not worth my time.
The
Okay.
only people making money on this case are the ones lying about it.
Yeah. I mean, you make some, but then you think about your equipment and I have to subscribe to all these different apps to do what I do on different videos and your live stream. Like it's like really? And then you count the hundreds of hours of time that you spend, and I mean,
Well, and the death threats and swatting and all of
Sure.
right.
putting your house on the internet and your name and date of birth and
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing. Like, you don't understand. We do this. Yeah, Keith, you're absolutely right. Nobody understands what it takes. And then, I guess I know low light kind of somebody put a comment on one of my videos, and I kind of clapped back in low lights, like Silky. But there are days that I
Yeah.
usually just ignore
Yeah.
them. I don't remove ugly comments unless they're like X-rated or something. But I don't remove them. I let your opinion stand. I usually don't answer, don't respond. But some days I'm feeling pretty spicy, and I just clap back, and I'm like, you know what? This is one of those moments.
Some of that, like, attacking people online. If you're online, you're going to get attacked. But some of it's definitely not organic. I don't know. I'm having issues with my short-term memory right now. It's not too great.
I get
Seriously,
it. I get it.
my short-term memory. So just so I can let everybody know what I'm going through. My screen name is Low Light Recovery because I'm in recovery, and I used to be a recovery streamer until I started looking deeply at Delphi, and now I just basically talk about Delphi all the time. But I did a lot of drugs in my 20s, and so here Low Light is almost 50 years old, and he's got some short-term memory issues. So that's where that is. I'm very passionate, so I got that where it counts.
Well, you know what? In Delphi, it does count, because if
Yeah.
you don't have passion, you're not going to have endurance. You have to have the kind of passion. And I think whether we disagree with each other, different creators, that's what keeps us all here.
You know what? I do want to mention something, because somebody had said something yesterday. I think it was Erica who said it in a live, and she was talking about like the danger that they're going through. If you're coming at this case, this is your first stream or something, and you think we're all exaggerating, this sounds crazy because you've just seen this, I don't know, on Fox 59 or something. Delphi is a very dangerous case to look into, and if you mention certain groups of people, they will start walking by your house, walking dogs. They will get your cell phone number, and they'll call you, and they'll threaten your life.
Mm-hmm.
They'll hack your phone. They'll hack your computer. And that's just the police. That's just the police.
Yeah.
That's not the 1% gangs. That's not the,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know if I should say the group of Western chauvinists that I've been talking to lately. But there's a lot of very connected individuals. The other day, I had a high-power lawyer call my phone. And this guy has been in the news. He's the lawyer for the American Guard. Called me out of the blue. I didn't even request a conversation with him, and the lawyer from the American Guard gave me a call. And I'm nobody. Nobody. I'm telling you, if you're going to cover Delphi righteously, it's not without danger.
Yeah.
And so, like, when I look at Indiana creators in particular, I kind of have to like reserve judgment, because they're in a very dangerous environment. So when I just say all that to say that when Erica says that, there are people out there who could, that are killing indiscriminately, there are people out there, I don't know if they're killing indiscriminately, and I don't even know if she said that, but there are people out there that will do you. And Clovis, New Mexico happened. It happened. A lot of us are getting loud because we feel like maybe there, somebody up top would hear us, maybe, hopefully. But this is a dangerous conversation we're having. This is not nothing.
Yeah.
And that's
Thank
all my old
you.
brain can handle right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't know where it's coming from. It's like I was going out to lunch with the warden and some other people from the jail, and we were cutting up, in the car, and I said something about VPN or whatever. We were talking about our phones messing up, and he said, "What, you have a VPN on your phone?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Why? Why would you ever do that?" And I'm like, the death threats, the the other kind of threats and everything. And he's looking at me. He says, "This is from YouTube?" I said, "Yeah, it's from the Delphi case. Absolutely."
Yeah.
No
And
doubt.
another thing, I've been meaning to do some sort of book or show on this, and I'm glad you brought it up, Lowlight, because I want to reiterate his warning for new creators, and it's not to scare anyone or to act like we're all like exaggerating about the death threats. It's this: you really got to ask yourself. I would say consider this, that it's very odd that a lot of people in Delphi, when you get into this community and you start figuring it, feeling your way through it, you're going to realize a lot of the people here have already wiped their identities online.
Mm-hmm.
They have no background. Doing background checks won't work. Trying to
Low
find their
light.
old social media won't work. They've already wiped. So, in other words, before they even came on to the scene, they prepared by wiping their histories before coming onto the scene in case they are doxxed. And I'm talking about people who don't have good intentions. So, my
Right.
advice for any newcomer to Delphi is don't trust anyone whatsoever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These are all internet figments of your imagination. Don't trust anyone. But also, before you come on and create a YouTube channel or anything like that, wipe your identity. Go and hire a company to erase you from the internet, because trust me, all these people who mean you harm, they've already done that. And so I told Lowlight today, you got my number because listen, I messed around when I came onto the internet. I didn't wipe my identity. I had no clue what I was getting into, right?
Me either.
So I just came on like an idiot, thinking no one will ever figure out who I am or care about who I am or figure out where I live or care about where I live or send my phone numbers to gangsters. But no, no, it only took a short time, and it only took me saying one or two wrong things, which is what I alluded to earlier. And the minute I said those wrong things, my number, my address, my name, my history, all of that was broadcast out to every single questionable character from Carroll County and Allen County and anywhere else, Tippecanoe. So it's a funny situation here because you don't, any normal person would not expect what actually you're stepping into. But we
Mm-hmm.
need creators, and I've encouraged so many of my viewers, please start channels and start doing lives and start, expressing yourselves. Like Silky and I love having people come on and
Mm-hmm.
talk on the show.
Absolutely.
But we understand it's, for some reason there are people out here who ain't nice, and they will they want, I guess at a minimum, they want to scare you off. They want you to
Yeah.
go away permanently. And
Right.
most people do get scared off. So that's my advice to anyone thinking about it. And
You
I
know,
had never
yeah,
taken the time to say it.
it's funny you say that because it made me think, because I'm looking at the comments over here and I see Catastrophe and I see Judge Jessica and I see Woman, and I'm not forgetting the other ladies over there, but I see them on Twitter quite a bit, and there's these dudes that will, like, I bump into some other guys on Twitter occasionally, but I bump into these ladies and a couple guys. There are some dudes that will follow them around and straight up just tell them to red rum themselves or to eat crap and die, and just like for posting something. And I'm like, where does this come from? They're just like hate. And then you go and you tell Twitter and you say, hey, this person's targeted harassment. They're threatening people with death and all this other stuff. And they do nothing. They do nothing. The same accounts are on these same just constantly. They never say anything to me,
Mm-hmm.
but for whatever reason, they just try to, they get on people and they targeted harassment and they try to get people to,
And YouTube's the same. I mean, we've dealt with it for years now, more than 2 years now. The same account can threaten to kill you 50 times. YouTube would barely even take it down,
Yeah,
So um, it's rough out here in these streets.
it is. And, I started this channel telling vintage crime tales. Like, I just wanted to do vintage stuff. And I was just talking about old
yeah.
crimes. And then Richard Allen got arrested. And look, I don't even know where it came from. I had a burning desire to report this one thing. I mean, I was getting no views on my vintage crime, and I'm like, oh, well, eventually maybe somebody will listen. And I did this one video when he was arrested just because it overwhelmed me. And I did a short video, and it got like a lot of views. And I thought, well, I'll do another one. Well, I was immediately warned, hey, Delphi's not great. Like it's dangerous. And I had looked into doing Summer Wells because that's closer to me, and I thought, well, I could go up to Tennessee, and so, but people told me, oh no, it's treacherous, it's awful, it's dangerous. Like, don't get involved with Summer Wells. And I thought, okay, well, I'll do Delphi then. I just had so many comments and so much response that I just started doing Delphi, and I didn't know. So yeah, it was like EOA said, like the baby turtles hatching and trying to get to the ocean. I had no idea. I put my face on, from day one. I'm like, okay, now I'm thinking some of these other people have got it down. Like they've done it right. Never showed their face. You don't know who they are. AI voice. That's the way to do
Let me
it.
ask you, Silky, have you had police come to your house?
Yes.
Yeah. How about you, Lowlight?
I went to the police.
Okay, yeah, I've had them come to mine, and I've gone to them. So yeah, you see,
Yeah.
it's you basically you come into this, and you'll be messing around with police and CPS probably if you have kids, because it's an all out assault, and it's just I don't know, I don't want to keep whining about it, but I don't think people understand that like, for real. I've said so many times, I would have never, if anyone would ask
Yeah.
me in retrospect, would I have ever come onto Delphi? Hell no. I
Yeah,
would have
exactly.
never stepped foot. I mean,
Yeah.
zero regrets. I wish I would have never, because it ruined a good year or more of my life. I mean, my mental state was shit. But at this point, it's like you get beat up so many times. Are you just gonna go home, or are you just gonna say, well, fuck it, I'm in the fight now?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was, because it's like
There you go.
it was all consuming, and I'm like, well, I'm here now. I'm not taking my videos down. I'm not taking my opinions down, and yeah. But had I known what I was getting into, I probably I have no regrets, and I will continue to do what I do. But at the same time, if somebody had laid it out in front of me, I would have said, yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to tell some vintage crime stories, and maybe somebody will watch one day.
Hey, look at this comment, Silky.
Thank you, Nicole.
Look at this one.
What do we got? It happens to all kinds of YouTube channels. My favorite
crochet
crockett
channel got swatted.
Swatted during a live.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, it's
Imagine you just
it's YouTube too. It's not just Delphi. Okay, it's a combination.
a crochet channel, man. Like, it's not safe anywhere, y'all. That's
They're
insane.
competitive. That's
You can't even crochet on the YouTube streets. Come on.
Crocheting streams are cutthroat. I went to the police proactively and just said, look, these people are getting swatted. These people are having like all their electronic devices taken. And I'm like, and that's just the cops. So I'm looking at this cop. I'm looking at this cop and I'm telling him this stuff. I have a little bit of an advantage just because I worked in the local court system, and I was attached to CPS. So if anybody is going to be going that route, they're going to be calling my old coworkers, and I'm proof positive. I'm not proof positive, but I'm proof that you can work in a court every day and not know the first thing about the law. And you can be arrested 20 times like I have been and not have know the first thing about the law. So, hey.
Hey, could I please, someone's asked more than once, can I please help Low Light Recovery? Would you like to post or can someone post his links to his Twitter and whatever
Yeah.
channel he'd like to promote, because people are asking where to find him.
Sure. You can find me on noble_lie_ on X. Yep. And I'm also on Rumble, and that's at what is it? Virtue Signal. On
I'll
Rumble.
try to also put the links in once this video posts and the live's over. I'll try to put his socials so that any of you watching can go and participate with him.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd
we're all
appreciate
on X.
And you know where to find Silky if you're on my channel.
Yeah.
You know where to find.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't even have a list, but yeah, Prof is on X as well. Lowlight and I are both on Rumble. I've only done a couple of videos, so it's the stuff that I cannot talk about here on this platform is what I talk about over there. And I haven't done a live yet, but over there, I'll get around to that. But yeah, it's I like the comment just a little while ago. Drop the knitting needles and put up your hands. Like, I guess it's not safe. These YouTube streets be scary. That'd be a gun. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy out here. But it's good to blow off steam sometimes,
Okay, Prof, I sent those over to you in the private chat. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Let's see if I can figure this one out.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is a new skill for me. Let's see.
I can't even find my Sachi standing on my mouth.
This is just, like I'm looking at the chat. So I really like sitting in the chats while you folks are streaming and just talking to people, because a lot of, like, especially tonight, if you look at the chat, like it's an all-star lineup. So it was gonna be a good chat tonight. But it's one of the things I love about the community is, we are in this fight now.
Yeah, we are.
And this is just something that's not really acceptable. And we span the entire political spectrum. And somebody said it's a common value, people not getting railroaded.
Okay, this is I'm sorry to interrupt. I just I posted. Oh, Silky beat me to it. There you go.
No, I didn't do it.
You didn't? So if I post, your name comes up. Look at you. Like,
oh yeah, I see that. I didn't do that.
I did. Look, I just put words in Silky's mouth. Here.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, you can do that?
I'm in trouble now.
I had no clue. I'm going to say some inappropriate off-color
You can implicate it.
See, she said it on live chat.
Yeah, she said it on live chat. Must be her.
Yeah, I saw her say it too.
Oh, another thing for the new YouTubers. This is also what they'll do. It's called spoofing. They'll make an identical carbon copy of your accounts, and then they'll go around and act like a maniac in these YouTube streets and elsewhere. And then people will come at you all mad saying, you said this and you said that, because the people never take the time to click on it and make sure it's you saying it. So apparently I've gone to Andrea Burkhardt's channel a number of times during the trial and said all kinds of things about her and made her husband mad. But
oh wow.
But no, that's what they do. They will spoof your accounts to give you a bad name in these YouTube streets. Well, let me see if I can get this other one copied.
It's funny they
They
do that.
also do that, Prof, not just with creators, because there's somebody that came in my chats all the time, also in Evil CJ's chats, very nice lady, and she came into mine, but then there was another time that she came in and the picture was identical, but the spelling was just a little bit off. So I said to her, the real her, I guess, when I came in, I said, oh, something about you must have two accounts. And she's like, no. And I'm like, hey, somebody is pretending to be you. And if I didn't look at this one thing, I would have thought it was you because it's the exact same picture and the same name. So what the purpose of that is, I don't know.
I get accused of being Rick Snay all the time. Like, for the longest time, I would.
Because you look
I
so
would go
much
over to
like him,
I would
right?
go over to somebody else's stream, and I start talking, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's Rick Snay. That's one of his alt accounts." And I'm like,
Oh
I'm an
my
alt
gosh.
account for Rick Snay. All right.
Y'all,
But to
just
be honest, to be frank, like, and to be fair to everyone, see, that's been a problem caused by all of these sock accounts, so called. So the fact that you've got a group of people who have made it a habit to put on fake accounts and go stalk and harass the hell out of the entire community, creating chaos in these streets. And they don't just have one, because they'll have one and you can block it, and they'll have another and you block it, and another and they block it, and they 15, 20, 30. It's just insane because they create this whole scope of paranoia where no one ever knows who anyone is because of the fake
mm-hmm.
accounts. That's why I asked Silky, when she said, "Do you know Lowlight?" I said, "Well, does he show his face?" Because
He did.
that
He did.
becomes a major deal in this case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you don't
Yeah,
know.
I think, like, if I'm depending on what channel I'm on, I don't know if I'm interacting with chat, if like exactly who is who, and some people, like, are really good at that kind of thing, like it's part of their shtick. I'm not technically. I couldn't spoof a number if I tried, but
Me either.
or an account or whatever, but I will. I like, every once in a while, my phone, one of my phones, and I'll know right when I got to throw it away, a bunch of zeros will come across the the screen, and I'm like, up, or I can't. I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I teeter between it because sometimes I think, boy, I wish my identity wasn't out there, and I wish my image wasn't out there because I know nefarious actors have it now. At the same time, there's something to be said for, you'll get on camera with your face and your name and talk. But I teeter between that, like I haven't been doxxed per se, like my information wasn't put out there. But when I searched for my information, I found that it had been released in Haiti, around Port-au-Prince, right along the
Wow.
U.S.-Mexico border, and then, various places around the U.S. So my information was put out there, but wasn't put on a forum or anything like that I know of.
Well, I know Lowlight. We had talked on the phone several times, and then you said all of a sudden you sent me an email and you said, like, look, my phone has been compromised, and just I'm sorry, but hey, yours could be too because we've talked to each other. And I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what? Because I did the MK Ultra thing with a survivor, I'm like, you know what? I'm not worried. The Illuminati has had my phone number for the last 2.5 years. So hey,
Yeah. Well,
I,
maybe they got
I,
mine from yours.
Hey, Noe is admonishing us to pay him attention really quickly. So
I
I've
haven't
know.
seen
noticed
him. Hey
I've
Noe,
noticed Noe all night. So I've seen you.
I haven't seen him. I haven't seen you. Hi Noe, where is he at?
He's
I've never
there.
met
Right
Noe.
on the screen. I put him. His
Oh,
Oh, okay.
we
I
see you,
El.
Noe.
I did. Hey, I did. I
El
don't know.
Pajaro. Okay.
Because I didn't know that was you, Noe, and I
Yeah.
was trying to pronounce it right. Y'all remember in the beginning of the stream, I was saying El Pajaro, El Pajaro.
I've
I
noticed
kept
a couple
trying to get
really
it
good
right.
comments from this account, like on other chats before. So that's all I know.
Good job, Noe.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
says, what does it say? Evil by diabolical design underestimated the Prof and Rick Allen and the rest of the world turning attention. We are all turning. That's what I mean about the world is, I'll give you the honest account of my trial experience because for 2 years I had been trucking away on YouTube uh, at a slow pace. And no, it was a marked difference. When trial hit, there was 5 times the engagement easily. And sure, some of it's waned a little, but when I go and I look out into the real world, meaning, other social media, um, the litmus is that no, this trial has had a great effect on the attention on this case because before it was very minuscule. And I would say that it's still fivefold. It's just not necessarily fivefold on every live stream that I do, but as I go around, I see immense numbers paying attention to Delphi. And so it's been
Mm-hmm.
a good thing, but it's unfortunate that Richard Allen was convicted with basically zero evidence. Um, but I do anticipate that, hopefully we'll get some sort of retrial. Um, but I don't think people are going to stop looking. I mean, the numbers keep building. And I want to shout out, I don't know if any of you two on the screen, Silky and Lowlight, know the Court of Public Opinion,
Yeah.
but he's
Yes.
very good. He's very good, okay, and helpful. He
Mm-hmm.
has really tried. I want to stop and give him a shout out because he has really tried uh, his best to facilitate cooperation, information sharing, and so I just want to thank Court of
Yeah.
Opinion and for all of the just good faith that he shows behind the scenes.
Yeah. I agree. Court has been in my live stream several times. Always glad. Always helpful. Um,
Yeah.
I was gonna say something. Now I forgot.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I'm not the only one.
What?
Just having the brain moments. I've just noticed that Court of
Yep.
Public Opinion has always been there and has always had, good things to share in the chats. Like, I have not really met Court yet, but I look forward to that.
Yeah.
Predators
If
use
it's
social
okay,
media more and more
Lowlight,
to lure victims. Yeah.
Lowlight, would it be okay? I can forward your email. He does
Sure.
very informative emails as a public service.
Oh, I'd love that.
That's very helpful. And I want to thank him publicly because,
Is he under a different name in the emails?
yes,
Okay.
I'm trying to ensure that I don't violate his trust.
Right.
That
I
he
think
wants
I
to
get
be
those emails as
public
well.
opinion.
I think.
But
If I
he's got
don't, I would love
amazing.
to have it. But I think I do.
I sure will, Court. Okay, I sure will. I'll forward his email to you so that he can join in the
Yeah, thank
conversation.
you, Court.
Yeah. I think I already get them.
Hebby Brown, thank you for the good vibes always, Heather Brown.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all, honestly, I have to say this, and I know y'all feel the same. It's those people that are always with you. I mean, everybody's not going to catch every live stream, but those people that are there for you, encouraging you, the chat, like, if I didn't have the chat, I probably would have stopped or way backed off because it's just so when people are so engaged and they're giving you information and they're cheering you on, it's y'all have no idea how much that means to us. You just being there, even just showing up and saying, hey, you know, we see the same names all the time and we know you're just there, and it gives us a sense of community because like tonight we're all on panel together so we can talk, but when we're live streaming and it's just us, like from our end, we're sitting in a quiet room staring at a camera, you know, and
Yeah.
we have nothing. We have no community other than what you put in chat. And so it means the world, just so y'all know.
Yeah, and I'd like to say about the community too. It's because we all take things so personal, and we all have our different strengths and weaknesses, so we function differently. But I always acknowledge, and even if you don't understand that I do, because you might be on my shit list at the moment, I understand. We've all come to this for our own reasons.
Mhm.
We all have such different things that drive us and reasons that we're here. And so, for instance, Court of Public Opinion has a life history, and there's a reason why he does what he does, and Silky does, and Lowlight, and myself, and Noe. We all have these things. For instance, most of you don't know my poor baby
Wow,
brother
Mark.
was murdered at 18 years old in prison for a roach that he was busted for. Okay,
Oh
then he
my
was on
God.
probation, and then he was arrested for a cigarette paper found under his street on a traffic stop. He was killed by a gang 6 months into serving his sentence for that probation violation. That's a big part of the reason that it really grieves me to see dead children and police brutality and this sort of thing. So you
Mhm.
can come and threaten to kill me all you want. You do the things you want to do to me. There's a reason that I feel passionately about things. And it's not even really so much having to do with Delphi. It's more of a thing that has to do with me. And I know we are all like that. We all have our stories. And so when I think of all of you, I do think of people who are coming from their own life path. And so I do value all of you. And even the haters, I value that there's a reason you're hating, and there's a reason, and maybe your past is not your the reasons that are driving you are not, as good. But I want to acknowledge that I do have this sympathetic understanding for all of you. But I ask for the same because this abuse that goes on in this community, for those of you who at the time used the murder of my baby brother at 18 years old to try to hurt me, to run me off this case, that's where you show who you are and I show who I am. And that's why all of our friends here and all of the lovely people who we've had this trauma bond, so to speak,
Yeah.
we understand that we treat each other the way we would want to be treated. And so
Mhm.
this is why I've always embraced my community coming in. And I say, I love the fact that this whole endeavor is about the people who come. And I told Silky that yesterday. I feel obligated to come on, even though I feel like I don't want to be trashed. I feel obligated that, hey, it's not every room you walk into, people want you to come in and talk. So I feel appreciative that people welcome my presence into their streaming services and whatever it might be. So I just wanted to put that out there because it's felt like a good time to say that I do appreciate you all, who you are.
I think this is I think this one is yours, Prof.
Well,
Yes,
I just
thank
want
you,
to say,
Mark.
as a person
Mark.
who's not a
Thank you.
streamer, I really appreciate the streamers like the two of you, because like I said, I can't really hold people's attention for very long and stream and all of those things. But like I'm one of the people who likes to come in the chat and I like to hang out and I like to hear people expressing things that, are very important to me. And both of you do that. So thank you from somebody who's normally in chat.
Thank you. You have I want to thank you as well. Like you have a really succinct way of communicating things that I take forever. I take forever to get to the point. But I appreciate that. And I want to
No,
thank
thank
also
you.
Mark. Mark has regularly supported my channel, and that's just a really beautiful
Wow.
gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
Thank you,
that
Mark.
beautiful gesture
That's
go by.
awesome. Yeah, Prof goes through a lot, and then I think this is also I think this is also yours. Y'all, when we stream together, we get like comments from both channels. So it's like I I can't tell on my end. I have to try to look. So I want to make sure that we credit everybody.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry too because I tend to plow through the comments, but yeah, we're having three channels combine all the chats at once.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, it's great. It's great. Uh no, it's been good. And yeah, low life is you're very insightful. And I know my community has really enjoyed. I've gotten positive comments. Of course, we've gotten some trolls, but I for the
Yeah.
vast majority, they love to see you on. You're a new face, and you know, you're not Tobe Lesenby. Uh, that be a gun.
It's always a good day not to be Tobe Lesenby, isn't it?
I know,
I
right?
know it's y'all, but
I'm just glad you don't have the mustache.
yeah, let me tell you.
Not the Tobe mustache. It's not the Tobe one. Have you noticed? I saw a picture somewhere of Tony Liggett. I don't know if it was recent or not, but he had a mustache. I'm like, what is this? The new Carroll County uh, fashion now? You got to have the
Yeah.
Tobe stash. I don't know.
Well, remember, see, all of us are the right age. We grew up in the 80s and 90s.
hmm
So we saw the 70s and 80s cop TV shows, and that's the uniform.
It's
Yeah,
it's true.
you
That is
have
so
no
true.
authority without a stash. Uh, that's just the way it is. Oh
It's
my
fun. I'm
gosh.
trying to read through some of the the chats here. My goodness.
I know, and y'all have so many good comments. Just your support is crazy. It's great. Um,
Lisa says, "Prof and Noe, no fighting." Well, hell, look, we scream each other like brothers, dude. Come on.
So I've heard of Noe before. So Noe's been involved in this case for quite a long time, right?
mhm.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Um, I also see Adrian Dark Arts. Hello
Oh yeah,
to
Dark
you.
Arts is in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Do
Good to
you
see
know who
you.
Noe is, Mr. Lowlight? I could
I
briefly
don't.
introduce
I
you.
don't.
So Noe has come into the case because he unfortunately served, or fortunately, sort of an act of God in a way. He served time with Keegan Klein because he was also under protective watch or whatever it's called. So
Okay.
he got to know Kagan Klein quite a bit,
Really?
and had hours and hours and hours and hours of conversation that he came away with some of the same things that Reese Davis. So for years, Noe has told and been trying to tell the world the story that Kagan was telling, and has largely been ignored and bullied and you know, cast aside. But I know one thing: Noe's not lying, and it's always been verified after the fact by other things that come to the surface. But Noe
Really?
also cooperated, completely with Mister David Vito, who was a detective uh,
Yeah.
working Keegan. So that's Noe.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey Noe, anytime you want to chat, man, I'd love to chat and hear your story. We don't have to make it public. We could just do a private, or we could be public. Doesn't matter to me.
Um, Noe is also plays the guitar, so he has like another
Yeah. I lost all
outlet.
my calluses. If I tried playing the guitar right now, it would take me a couple months of excruciating pain. So,
That's why I play the keyboard.
yeah.
No pain.
Yeah.
Um, that's funny.
Noe has a
Prof's
great heart.
musical also, as you can tell in his background.
Oh, I can tell Prof is a musician for
Oh
sure.
yeah, that's my whole history. But like I said,
Now,
I never intended to do anything like this.
so coming into like the streaming platforms and whatnot, you have you got experience running things like Pro Tools and all that, like sound
Mhm.
suites? Okay,
Mhm.
so this was all kind of easy for you, like
No,
getting no. Okay,
no, because I just use the interface. So I don't use any of that technique with this because it seems like it would only complicate, because this is already this back. I don't like I really think that where technology could really up itself is in the streaming services, because geez, man, there are none of them that are really what's the word uh,
intuitive.
yeah, intuitive, or when things are easy to play. You know, none of these platforms are easy to use,
Oh,
as easy as
ergonomic
they could
maybe.
be.
Yeah,
Ergonomic, yeah.
yeah.
All of all of these streaming platforms could be much more ergonomic. And boy, if I had a dream team of developers, I would say let's build a streaming platform that's actually ergonomic, because
Yeah.
this is all too difficult. But no, but I never. When I first started my shows, I would do the music. I thought I would make it a nice experience and do music as an introduction and on an outro. But after the harassment, intimidation, all the crazy stuff started, it just totally stripped away any sort of creativity for me.
Well, I mean, you have some nice music playing at the beginning as well. It's just like to get all of those things started and up and running. There's so many little things that can like go wrong and then cascade. So like if my music is not right here at the beginning and I have this and this planned and all of a sudden it was just too much for me to handle. And I was trying to run OBS, which is powerful but very difficult.
Yeah, you
I
Oh,
see
was just
the
wondering.
OBS is a nightmare.
the OBS is horrible. Even StreamYard is not. It's not flexible enough.
Yeah.
This this is kind of a good one, I guess. I mean, it's better than either of those, I think.
Yeah.
I like this one for a multitude of reasons. It does so many tricks that I do not use on here. Um, you can really, really do some stuff, and it's fun. But I don't use any of that. This one is very similar to me to StreamYard. It's kind of flipped the other way. Um,
Yeah.
but
Can I
it's
ask you something completely off topic? I want to ask both of you that.
Mhm.
And what are your expectations for the appeals process? Don't both of you jump at once.
right.
Yeah, that was totally off topic. But that's
Um,
how my brain is working right now.
hmm.
I have a rhetorical question. I mean, our guest response is it really depends on how infested Indiana is with this corrupt enterprise. Because
Mhm.
if the appeals panel and the whole setup has already decided by the power players what's going to happen, then that means there's no justice, there's no validity. It's complete corrupt enterprise. But I would just hope, I guess, the naivete is that let's just pretend it's probably not corrupt and that things go the right way. I mean, I think it's going to really prove to the world, like, it's obvious this guy should be granted a new trial at a minimum. The conflict of
Mhm.
interest with McClellan being related to the family, and then all of the things that just, I don't know. It seems like there's bad faith with the delaying of handing over discovery and allowing the witnesses to misrepresent the facts to the jury. I would just say if this appeal does not turn out successful, that's going to be your indicator that even that appeals court is completely compromised, and the Supreme Court of Indiana, I'm sure, too. But I guess we have to have hope and just let it play out. Um, but I've done extensive commentary on all these court proceedings. For me, it's just a no-brainer that things were done completely wrong. And I've been very critical. I've been hypercritical of the defense, but I gotta say, where I think they've been right this whole time is every time they're addressing the things that have transpired in this process, they do a damn good job of it. They talk about the reluctance to hand over discovery, the exculpatory material that's not given, the obstinance or I don't know, obstruction that's gone on with this prosecution. I think they've done a real good job in laying out all the facts for their case. So I guess that's what makes me lean on, if this appeals court does not look at all that and take them at their word and verify that all that occurred, then you got to wonder, like, what the hell is wrong with this appeals court? But I'll leave it. I'm not going to predict what's going to happen. I'll say I'm going to see what happens, and I'll be here, and I'll just hope that they are reasonable, because it's pretty damn like if you go through all of these defense motions and everything that's transpired since before trial and until now, it's completely obvious what's happened.
A
And
lot of smoke. Yeah.
yeah, so that's my feeling.
How about you?
I, you know, my biggest hope is that it doesn't take the 2 years that everybody's predicting. They said at the get go, appeals usually takes to even, have the first thing going. You're looking at 2 years. Um, I'm hoping not. My hope is that the appellate attorneys are going to do the same thing that, you know, Rossi and Baldwin did, and that is to hammer the court with, different things. I think that there's so many, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just looking at all of the ridiculousness. I don't see how they can ignore the huge holes and all of the things that the defense was not allowed to mention, all of, to me, if you're looking at it, you can tell that he's been railroaded. And it gives me a little bit of hope talking about it and keeping it in the public eye, because, I have a coworker who really didn't know anything about the Delphi case. She knows, she's a very good friend. She knows what I do, but she doesn't watch it. Okay. But when I think like maybe Vinnie Politan and some other place, people did a catch up after the trial and gave all the evidence. She came to me and she said, I watched 3 or 4 of these documentaries on this case. And she said, you know what? I don't think he's guilty. Okay, so you're taking somebody who is completely unschooled in Delphi and doesn't know that the many, many facts that we know, and even how Flora is connected and all this other stuff. Like, they're just looking at the bare bones. And if somebody can see that from the get go, my hope is that, yeah, there'll be enough public outcry, enough stuff that so many people, which I think, Prof, you had a tremendous amount of growth from after the trial, of people coming back, saying, hey, I thought he was guilty. And now I've seen the trial and I don't.
Right,
Um,
right. That
and,
was a good disclosure for people,
mm-hmm,
that people actually changed their minds after watching trial and saying, I think he's innocent now. And I had people come apologize to, I might have said that to you, Silk. I
Wow.
actually had people who came and apologized and said, you know what? This really opened my eyes.
yeah. And so now, what the prosecution has done, and now people are watching the case even more. If you thought Delphi was, watchable before and you were all into it, now you've got a whole new crop of people who don't know all of the other seedy underbelly that was going on that potentially affected this case. And so my hope is that enough people will be commenting, there'll be enough coverage. And the only way that we're going to get the coverage is for the attorneys to keep doing stuff, like keep putting stuff in the court. There's something to report on. So, the mainstream media, as much as I am not a fan, they'll have something to report on, update in the Delphi case. That's my hope, is
And
to keep it alive.
and you know what too, Silky, that I look at the lawyers, because if you look at the LawTube reaction to Delphi, it's astounding. It's just like the comment sections on all the news coverage. Most of the lawyers are saying, "What in the world? I've never seen anything like this in
Mm-hmm.
all my years as a lawyer." And I especially like Kara Weineke. I follow her on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Me
incredible,
too.
and she always just nails it right in the center of the target. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm looking at this lawyer, this lawyer, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Yeah, half of them are defense attorneys, but you got prosecutors saying it too. And I've also, I don't, some people don't want to be named, but, I got law enforcement sources. Even they, you know, say, like, Prof, this is absolutely unacceptable. I remember when the PCA dropped. This is going way back. When he was
Mm-hmm.
arrested and that PCA dropped, one of my most trusted law enforcement sources, he's like, Prof, that's literally the worst, most bizarre PCA I've seen
Mm-hmm.
ever in my
Wow.
career. And so to have all the lawyers and law enforcement who don't have any tie to Delphi saying that, it's pretty alarming for me. It's like, come on, man. Are we going to deny how long can you deny reality?
Yeah. And I think that was the biggest red flag, really, from the very get-go, that PCA. Because it's like I've said 100 times, if you want to look and see what a PCA is supposed to look like, then go look up Rex Hewerman, the Long Island SK. That is a masterpiece. Like, you look at that PCA and you're like, this guy is going to be buried under the jail, 2 stories. And you look at Delphi, comparatively, it's like, did a 5-year-old write this? And then you find out, well, the facts in that PCA were not even true according to the affidavits that law enforcement gave and that Richard Allen gave. So, I'm like, you have not only was it horribly, horribly written, but it was a lie from the get-go. And you're like, how did I look at this case sometimes and I'm like, how did this even get to court? How did we even get here? Well, we
Yeah.
got here because of Gull.
It's a railroading. It's
A
bottom
machine.
like
Yeah,
like
the
just the
machine.
omission of what was omitted. It's
Mhm.
incredible when you see tough territory.
Yep.
Some of these defense, okay, I'll have to just blast it. The defense investigators who actually had their eyes on discovery, when they told me their understanding of what exists as far as evidence and what exists as far as witnesses and vehicles and people out there that day and this, that, and the other, you all out in this world, trust me, if that's ever allowed to be published, you will be astonished. The amount of omission of pertinent evidence in this case,
Mhm.
like what I came to the conclusion with these investigators is this is what enabled the railroading of Richard Allen, because you have to omit all of this other stuff, all of these multiple vehicles, these multiple individuals. You have to omit all of them in order to make this PCA or this theory of the crime, this very narrow thing that's aimed
Mhm.
right at Richard Allen. It only works if you leave that shit out. And can you believe that Nick McClellan and the law enforcement there left that out? And it all exists. They knew that discovery would be handed over. It's just
I mean,
incredible.
go ahead,
That's why I
Lola.
wonder. That's why I wonder, especially with like a lot of the national security elements that we know are there, if there was a national security letter that dropped early in the case, especially after Charlottesville, or even after Elvis Field's sister contacted DHS. I'm not sure yet.
I don't know, but that kind of thing, the ridiculousness of this, really led me to think, was this, people have said on the down low for years and years that there was a CI involved and it went horribly wrong. So, was it on a larger scale? And this is why they had to throw something. I mean, if the case had not gotten international attention, and
Can I
and
ask
people
you?
just let it be cold.
Can I ask you to drill into that? Either of you to drill into that a little bit about the CI?
All I can say is I've been told by multiple people that there was a confidential informant who was working, basically a double agent in the seedy underbelly that was working with law enforcement. And people have guessed who it is. Some people say they know, whatever.
Yeah.
But that whatever was supposed to happen, whether that was a sting or whatever, that it went terribly wrong. Terribly wrong. And so, therefore, law enforcement couldn't reveal the true nature of everything because this was on a broader scale. Although it's really hard for me to believe they were trying to do the right thing in Indiana, but that's my skepticism. But if that is true and it involved, maybe FBI or ISP or whatever, so now they're all panicking. Oh gosh, we've got this situation. Let's dumb it down. Let's make this simple. And then when people wouldn't shut up about it, they're like, we've got to end this some way. Here, let's find a scapegoat. I mean, that is
Yeah.
a very big possibility.
Do you know anything more than that, Prof?
Well, I have my theory that I probably would like to do it at another time because it's rather
Okay.
involved. But I think that
Yeah.
I think the complication here, and I've admonished my viewers so many times that, see, we've been fed, think about it from the very beginning. We've been programmed what the Delphi murders is, that it's bridge guy and it's a guy follows some girls and they end up dead. And I sort of got to the point where I had to wipe that out of my memory and just hit the reset and say, okay, let's start where we find two dead girls in the woods, staged. And when I do it that way, there's so many things that open up, like so many possibilities open up. Like, were these girls killed at the same time? Were they killed by the same person? Were they killed as part of the same situation? Uh, and once all those theories start to get opened up, then these possibilities involving CIs really open up as well, because there develops this possibility of damage control, which is my primary suspicion at this point, where you have a situation that starts off where a CI, if that's what you want to call it, someone who's being protected or working with some high up law enforcement, they kill a kid or injure the kid to the point of needing serious medical attention. So then you got one kid that's possibly dead or almost dead. Okay, that's a CI. If that situation is then managed by the higher ups and a situation develops and they say, look, here's the problem. We can't bring the girl to the hospital. You committed a crime. We need to get you out of here. We need to handle this situation. And then wheels are set into motion and decisions are made. And maybe, in something like that, I look at it as, well, if that other child is now a witness to the injury or murder of the first child, now you have a problem, because you might be able to fix, but if you fix, how are you going to shut that child up? Well,
Wow, that's
then
dark.
the decision
Yeah.
has to be made that you killed that one too. And what are you going to kill him as law enforcement, or are you going to allow something else to transpire, or maybe you contract it out to some other people? I don't know I'm not pretending that I know every scenario that could have played out, but when I really look at it with critical thinking, I get to the point where it's like I can understand how both of those can be true, that it can be a murder and a sacrifice as one thing, or a murder and a killing as one thing, set up to look like something it's not, and therefore you end up with the entire world fooled, and everyone's trying to make it make sense as to how the girls are found that way with a bridge guy. And that's where I've had to just say, I really don't know about this bridge guy aspect. I sort of believe something goes wrong at some point, and what you end up with is the crime scene that we've observed. And that crime scene doesn't look like the state portrayed. Remember, the state tried to portray those sticks were on the bodies to hide them.
Yeah.
And that you ended up with one girl nude but not sexually assaulted, and the other girl nude but then redressed but also not sexually assaulted. All of that combined, just, it's completely nonsensical. And so I try to look at things in a way that, how would this make sense? And honestly, that's why I am a conspiracy theorist, as my detractors call me. It's the only way it can make sense is if more than one person. Remember, those girls don't have defensive wounds, and they're killed with a bladed weapon. So how do you make that sort of thing make sense? For me, it's not Richard Allen holding a gun on one while he's cutting the other. It's probably more than one involved. And if you have more than one, someone else can be holding girls or restraining girls while someone is injuring. And so I don't know. But I think that's why nothing makes sense, because, the autopsies, the coroner's reports, all of the shit that doesn't make sense, why it's all clouded. Well, it would make sense if you have secondary injuries that are not the primary cause of death. And if you have all of these like complications, then everything would appear to be complicated that was part of the fix. And so that's when I put Occam's razor applied to to this case, that's where I end up. Is the simplest conclusion is that it's a complicated situation in a group, likely, and that
Yeah.
helps to explain everything. Now, you know, how can you prove it?
Yeah, people would have to talk. And I mean, that's
Yeah.
what looking at all those many reasons is why you look at this and you say, now they're saying one guy did all this, the unaliving, all these the staging and all that. I'm like, really? How brain dead do you have to be to come up with that kind of story?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And then Sweet Dushibby here is saying, and plus 19 plus hours, those bodies are not found with at
Mhm.
least 8 hours of daylight in the
Sure.
mix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
This
no.
is why. This is what actually got that smiley face killer 09A researcher contacting me, was the fact that the girls were found near a body of water, and then they were searched for. They were found in an area that was searched before. I mean, they was searched for aerial vehicles with FLIR. So yeah, the bodies weren't there. I agree, the bodies were not there.
No. Absolutely not.
Which means it's a whole, yeah, that's what I mean. It's a whole monumental scenario that it's just,
I think, like, when I came to this case, I had come to it like I was all mainstream media up until the Franks. After the Franks, then I discovered all the YouTube people. The question that was never asked, and I harp on this, but it's the one area of obfuscation that happened early on, was, the organized crime connection to the family was never asked. It's the most obvious question. It's the first question that should have been answered, and it was never even asked.
and that's the one that gets you swatted. And
that's the one that gets you swatted. I just,
Wait, what is the question? Did you say it and I didn't hear it?
Yes, and that's is does the family's proximity to organized crime have anything to do with the girls' deaths? Simple question, and it's one that should have been asked. But it seems like the entire community's proximity to organized crime might have had something to do with the girls' deaths.
Who
I'm not
isn't
sure.
in Delphi?
So let me just clarify. So the prof thinks that it's like how the appeal goes is going to be based on like how corrupt.
I would say
how
that's a
far the
litmus.
corruption
Yeah.
is spread. So
Yeah,
I'm
because
just-
yeah.
yeah. Go ahead.
No, just, if the infection goes all the way up to that court and it's all under control, then you would anticipate they would do the unthinkable, which is not reprimand this judge and like, look at what has happened. That's where
Yeah.
I think, you remember how I always look for the red flags, and the things they like to call us out on are the things that bother them. Remember when the post-sentencing press conference, when
Yes.
when the Doug Carter and Nick McClellan whined about social media and YouTubers, and
You're
then
welcome.
and ad nauseum, Jerry Holman did it at several PR stops he made,
He's welcome too.
and I guess what I'm thinking is how they liked to project, like Nicholas McClellan was keen to project onto the defense that they like publishing filings for public consumption to try the case in the media or something like that. Well, I think that, he's concerned about that because that's actually something important. In other words, if the Court of Appeals does nothing with this, as if it's all on the up and up, it's really going to be up to the public to look at it and make a huge noise about it, because the defense attorneys, again, I'm going to give them their due regards now and say, like, I have been very critical of a lot of things they've done, but one thing I've not been critical of is the excellent documentation of all the atrocious violations in this process, because they've laid it out so cleanly and so well. And oftentimes, multiple times, he'll come back to the second and third time and file it and say, look, I'm saying again that you've done this stuff. So the public has all they need to look into this record and say, man, there's been a lot of bad shit that's happened. And I think that the public doing that is going to outweigh the prosecution's ability to do damage control, which is what they've been grossly like they've been engaged in this since sentencing. That's all they've been engaged in is damage control. I've even noticed in the past week, I don't know if you've all noticed, but since this Abby Bridge Guy video, whatever you want to call it, has dropped, even though I don't like the way it was done, since this has dropped, all of the trolls have been reactivated. So I've noticed it. All of the trolling that had gone silent since this video
Interesting.
dropped, the trolling has just flared back up.
Interesting. I noticed that People Magazine lied about it. People Magazine lied in the article, and they lied in their headline. They said that the girls were in a panic.
Yeah, no, but that's why they have all the trolls out now to get us all upset. They want us distracted to see. They want me fighting the slander that they throw across rather than continuing to draw attention to this video, because there are look, I said earlier, because I meant it, I believe there are problems in this video, and it has to be explained. And I don't know. That's what they don't want us talking about the problems in the video or with Nick McClelland.
No.
That's an interesting take.
And we all get swatted at midnight.
Do we? That's all right. Seriously though, like there should be like a handout that you give to like new YouTubers, and it should be like a little stack of police reports from all the people that have been swatted, all the people that have been, you know, had their electronic devices taken. I'm serious about that. That, you know, so like when your local police gets a call from Jerry Holman, they can tell him, yeah, we've been expecting your call. I wrote something down here. Somebody said something interesting earlier. Let's see. I do, yeah. Like people have seen The Machine, and then so I think Silky said something interesting about like it being less than 2 years, or hoping that it is. I don't see how it can be like. Do either of you think that there's anything that the community can do to speed that process up?
Say what you know about the murders of Abby and Libby, because you know there's people in the community knows. Now us, I don't think we know, but I'm confident that there are people not talking from Delphi that need to talk.
Do you know who?
Do the right thing. I would say relatives and meth traffickers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that would definitely speed up the process if somebody in Delphi decided to tell the truth. I don't know. When you realize what people are scared of, you know, and I've had the same thing, Prof. You know, people say, I can't talk. I live here. Like, I can't. I live here.
I've heard similar.
And I get it, which is why we do what we do, because we don't live there. But at the same time, now we're at the place where unless somebody says something, yeah, I think we are looking at a very long time. I don't want it to be. I wanted this trial to be over, Richard Allen to go free, and I wanted to stop talking about Delphi, except occasionally. You know, I did. This is what I didn't want, to be talking about Richard Allen and this case for the next, several years.
Yeah, I think
But
I'm willing
here we are
to do that. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm hoping that it goes quicker. So I watched other people's behavior on Twitter. There's this guy, Aaron Coates, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He's
I watched
either
him.
a lawyer or a journalist, but he engages the AG quite a bit. And I don't know. I've probably sent 500 letters, emails, different public officials, whatnot. I don't know. It's just, You see them bringing two very experienced defense attorney or prosecutors to the table, and I wonder how autonomous those prosecutors are. Like, are they making up decisions on the ground, or has the decision been made already at the AG's office, and they're just there holding that line? You know what I mean? Am I not?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just pray that things will keep. I mean, I must admit, I'm very, very excited overall. I mean, if we bring ourselves back to, say, I bring myself back to before the arrest of Richard Allen. Honestly, the funniest thing is the thoughts were not much different. Okay. I always thought I got to give a huge accolades to Matt Sullivan here, honestly, because he's gone now, basically. He's kind of lingers, but 3 or 4 years ago, he was saying exactly kind of where I am now. And it's odd because he was talking to some of the same people. And even honestly, even Carrie Timmons at some point in time was saying some of the same things that, there were guys, there was situations that involved meth and that's where they were hanging out. And there was something and something happened with the girls. And it's always been my suspicion that these people there have been people from the community wanting to indicate what this is, but it's been met with such denial and violence. I think people have been silenced, and so I just look forward to saying, well, look, before the arrest of Richard Allen, we didn't know about any of this Greg Ferenczi or any of this the the 70 days of deleted. Uh-oh. Uh, So we didn't know about the Greg Ferenczi. We didn't know about all the deleted evidence. We didn't know about the shenanigans of this structure that is called the Carroll County. So there's a lot of reveals that have been accomplished, um, and I think that's the long game. Looking at the long game, it's a shame to say, but you really do have to sort of put Richard Allen over to the side, because remember, my thesis here is that what's going to free Richard Allen is the truth. And so if you put Richard Allen to the side here uh, and think the long game, that all of these disclosures have been trickling out, and unfortunately, Richard Allen has been caught up as part of it. But still, all of these disclosures have been trickling out. People are feeling freer and freer to talk. We know that it's more like what we've always thought, that, like I said, if we're looking at the Franks memorandum as the tip of the iceberg, we don't know what part of the iceberg that is. We don't know if yes, Elvis Fields was definitely in this way, and Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. We don't know what parts were played by who, but we know what that indicates is sort of like we're saying. It indicates a kind of a druggy induced, cultish induced uh, uh, group involved murder scenario. Well, that leads back to the very beginning, which is the pig roast or a group murder. Or
Mm-hmm.
so I tend to look at it like that, like put the names aside, put the personalities aside, and think in the meta level of we're still looking at that evidence has even survived that indicates a group effort to hurt these girls, or at least group involvement in the hurting of these girls. And yes, the state decided to aim this thing right at Richard Allen, Lone Wolf Killer. But should that come back around, should like time keep ticking and more things keep trickling out and more people feel comfortable talking, it could always suddenly turn where the right direction is hit, where disclosure happens, and then the courts have to address Richard Allen properly. Now, I know that's never going to be the appellate attorney's strategy. Their strategy is going to be immediate. What's the first thing we can do as appellate attorneys? But I'm looking at it in a longer, I already know the appellate process, the appellate attorneys are going to do their thing. So that's a given. So I'm looking beyond their thing and I'm looking at like what's the end game here. And so I just when I seek a resolution, I pray about it. I think, I don't pray for Richard Allen. I don't think about Richard Allen. I think let the truth about Abby and Libby come to the surface so that everything is handled properly. And I'm sort of an optimistic person. So that's where I might be naive in hoping that happens, but I'm really looking my eye on the prize is in that direction. And if Richard Allen has zero involvement and that truth proves that, then I that's even greater. But I would see no justice in the complete appeals process freeing Richard Allen and him being freed, yet still no further progress on who actually did harm to these girls. I want both, I
Yeah.
want the whole kit and
Yeah,
caboodle.
me too. The whole
I
thing.
think it's kind of hard to expect the complete dismantling of a criminal enterprise. Maybe I don't understand the environment we're in. Maybe Kash Patel is going to come in and Pambani are going to come in and just chop heads. But if you look at like the way that Epstein was handled, or if the Epstein list, and I don't even know if there's a list, but if everybody complicit in that was to go down, like we might not even have a government left. And you wonder, it is a good question to wonder like how far that corruption is spread, because you would assume that they would want people in the appellate process as well. I don't know what they're looking at, but I do feel that you're looking at organized crime, and it could be very well entrenched. I do feel though that we are not nothing, and like that press conference that should have been a victory lap turned out to be them defending themselves against us.
YouTubers
Yeah,
so highly concerned. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. That's where I'm with you, Lil. Like what we do matters, and not that we're trying to sway anything, but we have voices too. You know, I tend to think that in the whole resolution, like I'm not stupid enough to think that a criminal enterprise is going to be taken down. Everyone goes to prison, and but I think that I know how these things work in general, which is they're going for the upper echelon. So what they're going to do, if they ever address this, they would start with the small potatoes, get them to turn on each other, see who can flip, get the deals made, and they keep making deals all the way up till they start to get to the higher places. And that's if you're actually trying to do something about it. And I think that I could see that happening, but it's just like in any other criminal enterprises being taken down. I don't expect that we'll see it all. I would expect that, say, if they're doing with Epstein clients or Epstein list, I wouldn't expect that we're going to know about every one, but I think they'll go to some of them. Like Kash Patel, if he puts agents on these different trails, they'll go and they'll start flipping people, and they'll say, "Hey, we got this on you. Now you give it up. Who's the next guy in line?" And they might start building some indictments where they get some people that will be public facing, but I would say, I don't know, maybe more than 60% we'll never even know about. But if that happens with Delphi, and if you have 7 involved, well, maybe we'll get 2 or 3 of them, or maybe 5 or 10 of them we'll never know about.
I wonder, because my theory is that Richard Allen was totally innocent, and that's why he's in the position he's in. But now the state of Indiana has 2 pretty easy kills. I mean, not kills, but 2 pretty easy convictions. You got one guy who's already locked up for CSAM, and then you have one dead guy, and they've just railroaded a living person. And I can't imagine that Gull and McClelland and anybody else wakes up every morning knowing that tens of thousands of people are going through their BS with a fine-tooth comb. That's not
Yeah.
going to be. So I'm just saying that I can't imagine them not wanting out of this situation as badly as possible.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
Oh,
and
I'm
here they
sure.
have this kind of an easy out. You know, like, but can they get, you know, the new power structure to let them get away with just railroading, you know, two other people? Maybe. You know, I'm not saying that Ricky Davis or Reese is lying. I don't know.
Well,
I think it takes nuts to do what he's doing and where he is. I know that much.
I know I asked myself that same question, low light, is why, when they had Kagan Klein and Ron Logan, did they choose Richard Allen? And my
Yeah.
conclusion was that they both, Kagan and Ron, knew too much. Because if you know about the seedy underbelly, and look, Ron Logan's property is right there, and you know, not only did the crime, you know, supposedly take place there, but that was a known area for the dealing and all that kind of stuff. So
Mm.
he absolutely knew who was down there. He had cameras. He knew
Oh,
what
yeah,
was
yeah.
down there. So
Yes.
he was a liability. Kagan also on the CSAM side, he knew who, you know, he knew who law enforcement and everybody that was involved. So it was too dangerous for them to pin it on either one of those. In my that's just my
Sure.
Yeah,
opinion.
and
Well,
that goes back to what I'm saying is I really do believe there are people in Delphi that absolutely know what happened and they're not talking, just like Ron Logan didn't talk. And I don't know, Keegan Klein said he was going to talk. Did he talk? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but if we think that Keegan Klein and Ron Logan, and I mean, I would venture to say that sounds like Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall kind of know. Like I think these guys know. Some
Mhm.
people know.
yeah.
They need to just go ahead and make it known in whatever way they can. And that's at this point, like you said, these people want to get out from under this. The only way to get out from under it is like someone's going to have to. I'm confident some truth has got to be told here because people are not going to be satisfied. It's just like with this video drop that I've been so upset about. Doing it anonymously was ultimately stupid because you have a community that's on edge. They don't want any more BS, any more misdirection or lack of transparency, obfuscation. People want the straight deal now. And
Mhm.
so for me, the easiest way to get out from under this for this community is to give it up or give some of it up, and then people can move on in a year or two, and people will stop thinking about Delphi. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Some people will stop thinking about Delphi if because if that happens, best case for Rick, you know, that they'd let him out for some miracle. I'm not satisfied with Keegan Klein and Ron Logan. I'm not. I think that it goes. I know that it goes far beyond that, and I'm not
Well,
going to
here's
say anymore. You know, I've just taken cues from people. I'm not going to really say anything more about the geofence data, but knowing what I know about the geofence data,
mhm.
the people that were in there, the absolute worst thing that could have happened, and that was the death of those two little girls.
Yeah.
The scrutiny that would come on the names, these individuals, this would be the absolute worst nightmare.
And why is it being lied about? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because the names that are in this geofence tend to be like the go-to bad guys. Why on earth would the media cover for these kind of people? You know what I mean? You would think that they'd be coming out in droves, but they're not. Shh, it's
Well, you
all
know what?
Mhm.
I'm always so
Yeah.
interested in this one phrase because I tend to obsess or what's the word? I latch on to certain phrases sometimes from people, and so the one of them that really gets me with like so the Elvis Fields as a prelude. Elvis Fields' sister says Elvis says he's on the bridge with those girls that day, da 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 da, with two other guys, and they get killed. Okay, that's alarming. But equally alarming to me, I latched on to Amber Holder saying, Brad said, stay away from that guy. He's bad news.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people dead, and he's got powerful people that will protect him. For me, that's an alarming phrase because
Right.
a little woman coming out to try to snitch on her ex, she's not going to think to that level to say something like that. That I'm sure that really happened.
I agree with you. I believe that
Yeah.
conversation happened as well.
So,
You know,
so
it's funny
that
because
mhm.
Erica. Well, finish your thought.
No,
I should be able to
it's
remember.
that concludes it. That that phrase right there.
Yeah.
He's got powerful people who will connect him. I mean, protect him. Well, damn, who's powerful? Well, I think we've
Right.
looked at it.
It is a good description of him. He does have powerful friends. He does have
Yeah.
powerful friends.
But it's not just him, too. Let me also say it would
Yeah.
also be the Grand Dragon of the KKK or certain other leaders. So I would look at criminal underworld leaders. They are the ones who are going to be most protected, and that seems to be what I'm getting from that is that people are being protected, and who are they? They're leaders of the criminal underworld in Indiana.
Okay, but let me also play devil's advocate here on this because it's me. What if it's not the criminal underworld? What
Silky's the
if
devil.
Westfall is a member of a three-letter agency undercover?
Mm-hmm.
It's a possibility.
Because obviously, yes, I agree. She said he had powerful friends, and we're assuming, it's the Odinist, it's the, it's the whomever, whichever underbelly. But yeah, I have to wonder, and I always have. They say the first 70 days were taped over, and that's where the original statements from Westfall and Holder were. Maybe they were taped over because they knew exactly, not because they did it, but because they knew who did, because they, at least one of them, may have been undercover or a
Yeah.
CI
And
or
so
whatever.
who taped over those?
Yeah, I think that's why they did. I don't think the confessions necessarily of those first 70 days of Holder and Westfall were them, being caught in guilt. I think they're like, "Oh, holy crap. We have to shut this down. Like we're not going to bring up the Odinist angle. We're not going to, let's just go a whole different direction. What if that was the reason?"
Yeah, that's why I think that's I always keep coming back to this Frank's memorandum and trying to say, conceive of it as if it's not the whole story. It's just an indicator, you know, it's a thread to pull on. And I think that's how it's most beneficial because I know that we're all, we all tend to get hung up. And I noticed that when that thing dropped, it's first of all, it's so thick, it's comprehensive, it's 130 something pages. People got hung up on it like it's the Bible and it's the whole story. And they said, well, that guy killed the girls. No, 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 no. I think it's pointing you in a direction that's a good direction, but it's only what survived the cleanup job that was the deletion. And remember, Silky, I hate to, this is not pointing fingers, but let's be real here. No downloads from any of the family, okay, from their phones, no extractions.
Mhm.
Well, think about what else would have been in those 70 days, or at least in the first week. You would have had multiple interviews of Kelsey, multiple interviews of Becky and Mike and Anna and Derek and all of the family. So what's
Mhm.
disappeared? You've got these Frank's memo guys and some of the family stuff and possibly other witnesses who were crucial. You could have had Ron Logan stuff in that first week. So
Sure.
I look at it as this is a whitewash or it's a cleanup job. We're never going to have that stuff, but I look at it, it's we know that the Frank's memorandum stuff survive the cleanup by a miracle. So it's probably a direction, and it's why you see you don't see me on here like calling any of those guys the murderers, because how the hell would I know? I've always thought that Garrett Kurtz had a hand in it, but there's
Possible.
regardless, we're looking at this direction, and that's where I kind of leave it. Is that's why my buddy Alex, he's always saying criminal underworld, because one thing we've certainly eliminated is lone wolf killer. We don't know much,
Yeah.
but we know what it's not, and
Yeah.
so that's kind of where I'll leave it.
I wanted to address. I don't know because I don't know anything about like tronics, but oh hey, Christina had said that it would have been impossible. I looked up the manuals for the recorders that they use and the servers they use, and there's no way it's even possible for something to record over or can record continuously. It alerts them. I mean, you would think they would have a safeguard. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
At
let's
some
just
point
be
in the
honest,
engineering
too.
process that might have come up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, like it's one of the places where I say we have to just establish a base level minimum. I think the foundation for that is, look, the shit was deleted intentionally. Okay, you
Yeah.
don't. What kind of police department in the world would delete more than one day of any interrogation room? Like you're deleting
Yeah.
70 days. Like that's intent. That's you could come up. I could make all kind of excuses why I didn't go to work this morning. The fact is that I didn't go to work. Okay, probably because I didn't want to get my ass out of bed. Same with this law enforcement. They hit delete or record over because they need that shit to go away. Because the only way you're going to get this lone wolf killer Richard Allen scenario is if that goes away. But that's a reality that all these PR pushers on the case, they don't want to address that reality. So they keep us self-doubting. Oh, of course they didn't delete that. What kind of police would delete 70 days? It was an accident. They recorded over. It's someone hit a switch.
Yeah, I still can't get over this idea that the Vinlander types were actually the first patsies and that they were the ones that they wanted to blame on the murder. But I heard someone say recently that, and I've heard this elsewhere, and that's why I'm bringing it up, is that Holder might have been the first patsy, and that it might have been designed to look like Holder. I've heard that not a lot of people liked him very much. I don't know.
Yeah, it seems sensible.
When I heard Erica mention that last night, I thought, oh my goodness, I heard that too. So there might be something to that. I don't know.
Well, it goes back to the gaslighting, I think. So why would they want to deny that those are attempts at making bind runes on those girls? Like that's clearly what it is at the crime scene.
Clearly.
So you have to also take that as a bare minimum fact. Like the fact is that those symbologies all over the crime scene are runic, like the experts said, right? That they tried to hide. It's an attempt to replicate a Germanic runic script. Okay, fact. Now you get to motive. Why? And that's where I think, what kind of idiot would leave his name and picture all over the crime scene? No idiot would ever do that. Brad Holder's the primary guy from that area who was doing that type of shit all over social media. Why would he do that at the crime scene? But if you think someone wants to frame him, they might do that. Just like if they want to frame Ron Logan, they might leave dead bodies on his land.
Yep.
True.
I don't know. There's a lot to it, but I think this, like, graduating to this level of realism with this case is a necessary component, and that's what the troll farm and the PR teams and the whole effort that's gone into controlling this has tried to keep people from just accepting the most logical realities in the case, and all that self-doubt. It's why I've been trying to change my language, to say, what, I'm going to stop saying maybe. I just know it is. Like I know that cop lied when he said that be a gun. That's
Yeah.
I agree. That's a good point.
I have somebody asked me like, where is my link for membership? I don't know. I'm looking all over my page. I don't know. I don't know.
It's
Well, I know
right
Amy
beside
in my
subscribe.
channel
It's called
knows.
join. Right beside subscribe. It's the join button.
Yeah.
I guess if you just go to my channel page, yeah, because I can't find the link. I know they probably gave me one, and I don't know. Sorry.
I have people with that question sometimes, and Amy always. I have someone named Amy in my chat.
Mm-hmm.
If she's here, she might know that she can usually direct them, like, very well. But I don't know
Okay.
that stuff either. Easy.
No, I know they gave me something when I first was monetized, but I don't know. Well, let's see. Yeah, when the whole Frank's memo came out, everybody, and including myself, were like, "Oh, the Odinist, the Odinist," and then the more you start looking at it, it's like, well, I mean, could there be an element? Yeah, there could. But it's like somebody said in the chat earlier that Labrato said, which I thought it was insane how, not in a bad way, that Labrato was brought temporarily in on the case. The first thing he says is Richard Allen's innocent, and but they were taking a quote of his that says, he says one was unalived, like I don't know, we've said a million things, one was murdered and one was sacrificed, and I don't know where he came up with that. I'm not saying it's not true at all. I'm just saying I don't know what evidence did he have to look at where that was his thought. And when they mean sacrificed, it doesn't necessarily mean the Odinist, sacrificed for what? For silence? Or was it something else? I mean, there's a lot of play in those words.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I hope with everything in me, I hope that this appeal does not take forever. I think about Richard Allen every day, as far as his day to day. Like, I mean, how can you even imagine keeping yourself sane? I mean, I know what it's like because I work in that
No,
field.
right. So on Reddit, on Seeking Justice, and I think they might have even linked it on Richard Allen is Innocent. I'll put it on my Twitter. Somebody has left a request from Kathy that we send a postcard to Richard from the area that we're in, so like wherever we live. And then that way he can have it on his wall and he can see like all the different places that people have supported.
I thought about doing that. I was going to write him a letter, send him a card. And what stopped me so far is I will have to drive somewhere to have the postmark.
Yeah.
I mean, just because of what's already happened. Well,
Sure.
I'm probably already on their radar, obviously, but I still, you know what? I don't want my return address on there. I don't even want the city that I live
You
in.
could also send it to like one of the attorney offices and then just like care of or something like that.
I wonder, would they forward it? I don't know.
I'm sure if they're going to be going into the jail anyways. I'm just suggesting. I'm just pulling out of my ass. I have no idea.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about the people in the jail. I don't want them.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to know exactly where I live. So, I mean, other than driving up there,
they
and
all know where we live.
yeah, I know. I'm living in a dream world, right? Oh, but still.
But that's a real thing that like people who are single or don't have children living with them and all of those that we don't really appreciate what people with families are going through that are covered in
Mm-hmm.
this kind of thing. So
Yeah.
we are
Well,
pushing 4 hours now, aren't we? Holy
oh
cow!
wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be really late for some of you. Um. So yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I've got anything left to say.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm
I
really
got my
tired.
wish. I finally, yeah, good times.
Yeah. It
And
was
hey,
good.
everybody, genuinely, I will connect you with Silky or Lowlight if you
Yeah.
would like to. I will post this info on my description area of this stream when it's done. And I just want to thank everyone in the chat who came and listened. Looks like we have 342 here at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you
Yep.
Cool.
all, 342 of you. Everyone who's been nice in the live chat and commented, and also the super chats and the thumbs ups and the going subscribe to each other's channels.
Yeah.
You guys are a blessing. Just want to thank you all.
Absolutely. Like I said, we couldn't, Prof, I don't know how long we would last if we were talking to an empty room and didn't have feedback from people. I mean, it would get really lonely and really dull real fast, you know?
Imagine without the live chat. I mean, we
Yeah.
couldn't do more than 10 minutes.
I know. It'd be like, okay, this is my thoughts for today. Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, it's so difficult to sit and stare in a camera and talk. Yeah.
Yeah. It's y'all that make it. You really do. So,
Oh,
all
Mara.
right. Well, if everybody's done, I will close out the stream. And yeah, let's do it again. We can talk about Delphi. We can talk about something else. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Can I
I
answer
tried
a
to talk about.
question here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm privy to some information. Yes, commentator Root, how are you? Listen, one of those persons is dead, and one of those persons is in prison, and one of those persons is alive and out, and all of those persons, well, I should say, both of the living individuals have been talked to. So you just don't worry your pretty little face about that. Um, that's all being addressed. But that's another thing with this crime, the 2 a.m. screams that actually
Mm-hmm.
happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sunflower Soul, thank you for being here. And Amy did put by the way, Amy did put the instructions in the chat. Let's see if I can grab that again. What
No,
Amy is
thank
saying is
you.
it's
Thank
not
you,
on the
Amy.
iPhone. Okay, so if you're on the iOS, it doesn't work. You have to go through your Safari browser, is what she said. She says,
Ah.
for Silky's membership link, go to channel and use a browser to subscribe. Go through your phone browser like Safari or any other browser, because I know in the YouTube app on iOS, for some reason, it doesn't allow you. So that's the thing that people,
Interesting.
yeah.
There you go.
We ought to do this again and get Four Pits up here with us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's always a delight to have on. He's been on my channel several times, and wow, you
By the
talk about
way,
the trolling. Woo!
I'd like to inform everyone too, because he hasn't said so, I haven't said so, but just so that people start to get, I want people to get some, I guess some, I don't know, I can't draw up the word, I'm so tired, but so people get some encouragement or can relax around issues. Four Pits did completely cooperate with this entire investigation. I helped facilitate his complete deposement, etc., giving up
Really?
everything. Like, remember, he was Four Pits was he was engaged in nefarious activities with Derek German and that crew prior to the murder. So he is a wealth of knowledge. He knows every single person, every single relationship, all of the dealings,
Mm-hmm.
literally and figuratively. And Four Pits was an immense help to the defense and we don't know what may or may not be used in the future. So that's why a lot of things, a lot of people are reticent to talk about, because if there is a
Yeah.
new trial, new things can happen. But Four Pits, I'm concerned about aspects of him talking on the live streams, but just know that he did good by those girls, and for the defense and for Richard Allen. So
Mm-hmm.
I want to give him that. I want to give the people
Yeah,
the confidence that Four Pits has really helped, and so God bless Four Pits for that.
absolutely.
Yeah, I get that vibe
100%.
from Four Pits. Definitely.
Yeah. We'll get some we ought to get a big old panel up here. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
So I know everybody wants to go to bed. My stomach is rumbling because I didn't eat since I don't know when. Um, but since I was on the phone with you, Prof, that's the last time I had anything. That was a long time ago. All right. So thank y'all both
Thank you.
for being here.
Hmm.
I know it's always a pleasure. So sorry, Cattail.
Cattail.
Always a pleasure to talk to either one of you. You're both so smart and you're very gracious. Y'all, if anybody ever wonders, Lowlight and Prof have both been perfect gentlemen. Okay,
Yeah.
they always have. Sometimes you talk to people like, look, I just short story. I was going to do this whole story. Somebody reached out to me. He had it's very good, interesting crime case in Georgia, which is, one state over from me. I'm like, hey, I can get there and not too long, blah, blah, blah. We talked for about a month, emails, phone calls, stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready to start your case. I was in the middle of something with Delphi. I said, as soon as I get this part done, we'll start your case. And he sends me, now, mind you, I'm in church. I'm at a CR meeting. I'm in church up there with the band. We're getting ready to start. I get a text from him, and I'm like, this is odd. What's going on with him? I open it, and you can imagine what kind of picture it was. Like the kind of pics that nobody wants to get, of his hoo ha. And I've got my fellow band members around me, and I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, And then he sent me. I chewed him out. He sent me another one about a week later. Then I did a whole video about it. I was so mad. So, like, you never know what you're gonna get when you give somebody your phone number and you have a conversation. So, yeah, shout out to these two guys. They're great. They're both great, and that's just thanks. Thanks for being
And thanks,
decent human
Silky.
beings.
I mean, it's just always so amazing having Silky's bubbly spirit around. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Always
you.
positive.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting idea. I hypothesis on a stream. Somebody else said Adrian and Krim. I would watch all that. I would
Yeah,
watch all that.
I was gonna say, a voice modulator. I know you want to, and I understand you need to be completely private. That would be awesome, though. It would be completely awesome. However, you can do it. Um, yeah, reach out, and Adrian and Alex and the whole gang. We just have the whole gang. What about that?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Kim
And
Young
for
says, been lurking. Thank you, Kim Young. So thank you to everyone here. I want to say, I love calling out their names at the end. I'll promise I'll be fast, Silky.
that's
Noe,
fine.
Carla Ann, Samantha, Nancy Drew, Amy, Kim, Truth Seeker, Jenny, Criminal Network, Lisa, Debbie Brown, ACV, and the illustrious EOA, Plain Iron, Rhonda Holton, Debbie Packer, Marianne Foster, Digital, Five Green
Shit.
Acres. All of you guys, I'm not going to call everyone out. I love you all. Well, I know Silky does, and Low
Same.
Light. Thank you for
Yeah.
being here.
All right. All right. I guess we're gonna call it. So
Yeah.
we'll do it. We'll do it again. We've got to do it again. It's a good chemistry. So, all right. Good
I think
night,
so.
Prof and Low Light and chat.
Yeah.
And we will see you soon somewhere. All right. Whatever
night.
Good
you
night.
do, stay silky and watch out for cattails. Bye bye.